Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for the SEA closed qualifiers for the StarLadder ImbaTV minor. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John expired. John, it has been quite a while. We did have a long break after TI, but sir, I've got to ask you, how the hell do you feel?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
It's going to be interesting. Because TNC, with the struggles recently in these qualifiers, John, I believe they lost major qualifiers, and well, they seem to have struggled this time around as well. Now we're here in the minors. Boom ID, they'll start off the draft. They go straight for that Snapfire, which has been extremely popular as time around as well. Now we're here in the minors. No one's surprised, really. It's such an imbalanced hero, John. I mean, this ultimate, these Mortimer's Snapfire, which has been extremely popular, a little bit overpowered. No one's surprised, really. It's such
10 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn
Oracle.
Seconds remaining. Radiant
certainly so. I mean, the Oracle is pretty nice. They'll go for the TA straight after that. So they want to lock in that Templar Assassin. I dare say the TA hasn't been quite as popular as some other mid picks in this new patch, but seems like TNC still want to pick it up, and it is still relevant. It's definitely not, you know, not out of the meta in any sense of the word. It's just not quite as powerful as the last patch. I was going to say though, John, when I saw the Oracle, I was considering there may be a Husker coming out early on for TNC, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Nevertheless, Boom ID, they go into the PL.
TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Masyado dito sa mga viewers mo sa Melbourne.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Certainly can be. Of course, my apologies to any viewers. I didn't realize how high my microphone volume was. So apologies if I destroyed any eardrums. Nevertheless, Boom ID banning the Leshrac, banning the LC. Of course, TNC, they got rid of the Husker themselves. Well, 5th ban for them before we get to see anything else coming out. Curious, TNC, what the plan is here. It already seems very hard for them up against this Boom ID opening.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Radeon
Beastmaster will be the final banner coming up from TNC, and they'll go straight into the Pango. I mean, Pango, pretty darn good wave clear, I suppose, against the PL, so you can get rid of those illusions. Teamfight is fantastic with the Rolling Thunder. And as well as that, I mean, even if you did run it as a position 4 instead of the offlane, it does tend to transition into a core anyway during those later stages, so I'd say it's a pretty nice pick from TNC.
5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Puck!
Oh, they'll go for the puck. I don't know. Position 4 puck, is that what we're seeing here? I mean, we do see pos 4 puck a lot, or at least we used to. Can be run in the off lane. Could be a safe lane TA, but that doesn't tend to make too much sense. What do you think here with the puck?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn. 10 seconds remaining. 5
Radiant
seconds
team
remaining.
ban.
Right. And that's the thing though, right? Like, it's both teams seem to have very good team fight, but like you said, it's the laning phase. Boom ID looked pretty darn good. Even in the team fight though, like you look at a good Winter's Curse into a Hoof Stomp into the Mortimer's Kisses from Snapfire, that's pretty deadly. It's a bit of a concern here for TNC. I mean, look, we're not going to doubt them going into this first series, but I don't know, this draft kind of telling me a bit otherwise, John, as we do go into that last pick now. Boom ID, they do get rid of the Troll, which does seem like it would have been quite a decent pick up against Boom, just essentially setting a pace on Boom that they can't keep up with a PL, but they won't have that option any longer. Boom, how do you finish your own draft off? We're still missing a mid laner. Someone against the TA. They don't have the option for the Husker. They'll go for the Kunker instead.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Monkey.
Oh, Monkey. Look, I like this pick from TNC. If there's one thing I agree with here, TNC needed someone that could get online and fight super early on. You already talked about the fact that Boom ID is going to hit a massive spike at level 6. TNC, though, they now have a good way of kind of fighting back. That Monkey King is very, very scary, even at level 1, just with Jingu Mastery, so this is interesting from TNC, John. It looks like both teams are going to be essentially running at each other from maybe at the 10-minute mark, I'd say. Maybe even earlier than that. Overall, though, looking at both drafts, who do you think came out on top? It's a very fair point, John. Nevertheless, we'll see how it goes. Game number 1 of this best of 3 about to begin between TNC Predator and, of course, Boom ID. Winner will essentially make it straight finals, I believe, if I'm not incorrect. And yeah, the upper bracket finals straight off the bat if you do win this series. And then there's the grand finals after that, of course. But still a great position for either side if they can get this best of 3 going there. Start. See how it all goes. I believe, though, this HUD needs an extra large mini-map. So let's go ahead and fix that first, shall we? Never mind, it doesn't. It needs maybe a smaller mini-map. No. Always Dota 2. What?
Yes.
How do you feel about these new heroes? Like, just talk to me about it. This Void Spirit Snapfire. They seem to have fit into the meta pretty darn quickly.
"30 seconds to battle."
I saw that ending from miles away.
Yes.
Fair point. Because we already saw TNC taking the opposing outpost straight off the bat. Pretty interesting little play. They'll take the boundary in for themselves. It should be a 2-for-2 trade in the end, as Tims will go ahead and grab the second one for his side. Not sure if there's really much of an advantage of having this outpost this early on. I guess it does allow very early rotations if you want, but it just seems like TNC take it for the sake of, I guess, just taking it. We did see Boom do the exact same thing, of course, but theirs has been taken back. Right. It's Armel versus Makoto in the mid lane. The Conquer versus TA now. Most people would assume this does favor the TA, but in fact, Conquer's one of those heroes, John. It doesn't really lose a lane. Oh, Armel falling very, very low. Makoto applying a lot of pressure. He did connect that first turn of the game. Of course, has a Tidebringer if he wishes, but there's the refraction coming out from Armel. Makoto will just bide his time. The first salve from Armel coming out as well, although Torrent was to be thrown out. He does cancel the animation last second. We'll have a quick look at the other lanes while this is going on. KP and Tims, they'll be at the bot lane up against, of course, Dreamercell and Kezcute on the Wyvern. Dreamercell going to try his hardest to farm ASAP on this PL, but he's definitely up against one of the harder matchups you could be. Of course, the Pango and Puck is pretty darn disgusting to lane against. If you're not really even worried about the Puck, just that swashbuckle spam that'll come out from KP, constantly disarming you on the PL, is very, very frustrating in terms of those last hits. Absolutely. Of course, top lane, FBZ and Hyder there. They'll be up against March on Oracle, and Gabby is there on the Monkey King. Bit of a pull coming up from Hyde. What's that? That side camp. Gabby will go ahead and soak a bit of XP, try and steal the Radiant creep if he can, and does manage to do it in the end. That's absolutely true. Just looking back to mid, Makoto starting to struggle a bit up against Armel. He's pretty low on HP and has no regen, and with that, Armel realizing this will start applying a lot of pressure. Side lanes of Makoto has to be very careful. One more would do it. He will Fairy Fire preemptively just in case. And that's when you're playing up against a TA player like Armel, you've got to be very careful about those though. Top lane, March will go down. Looks like Hyde on the Snapfire will find the Oracle kill. Meanwhile, Makoto does get a salve brought out to himself, so he will be able to regen up against Armel. Kezcute, ooh, KP misses the swashbuckle on Kezcute. That could have been an easy kill. It's an awkward mistake there from the Pango. Still, they allow the Wyvern to live, but she has very low HP. Don't believe she has any regen left either. She's holding a headdress right now, so very dangerous position here for Kezcute. He'll stick around in the lane for now. It's just not going to be as comfortable as he would like. Very careful about those swashbuckles from a long range. Like, speaking of KP, he's got a massive creep wave going his way, and now it looks like they have jumped onto Kezcute. Tims, he'll claim a very easy kill. And I mean, you really only had a couple options there. You were either going to die to the Puck or the Pango, or you're going to have to run back to base. So I suppose in the end, he just gives them the kill. Speaking of lagging behind though, John, Armel is very, very far ahead of Makoto now on the Kunkka. 27 last hits in comparison to 18 of Makoto. Gabby could be in trouble and looks like he does go down. FBZ will find him on the Centaur. Looks like he committed the retaliate for that. I'm not sure how he got so out of position. Perhaps just trying to contest the side pull again from Hyde. Looks like it will cost him his life. Koda's very, very low. Armel will commit the trap, does slow him, but a nice cookie from Hyde will, of course, stop any kind of pursuit coming out from Armel. Still, though, you've got a very, very low Makoto with no TP available, so does he run back? You'd think he just brings a courier, a bit of the south on the courier. Meanwhile, of course, Gabby will get FBZ, John. I keep missing these top lane kills. Apparently, I should just stay here, but he does get his revenge on the Centaur. No, he certainly can't. And he shows his face for a bit. Mel, he's not even going to get close. He's just going to farm that creep wave and probably be forced to back off again. It's like KP bot lane cops a fair bit of damage, but he'll be okay. Salves up immediately. Looks like Tims will start rotating back in, where they'll go after Kezcute for a bit.
Harus perfect karena dia udah lumayan
Friendly
tinggi.
harassment
Dia
coming
mumpung
out
lagi
from
di
Tims.
tower. Dia benar-benar harus aman sama
The PL.
Nggak bakal pakai
Swashbuckle will connect Dreamer, so he's actually falling
masih
very
jalan
low,
bottom lane.
but he will juke the orb. Will tango up and salve up immediately, so he'll be able to sustain in the lane, though. Look at his farm, he's doing a pretty decent job. I mean, he's behind KP, and that's kind of to be expected, though. Still maintaining that CS regardless of this terrible lane he's up against. So TNC haven't really been able to shut him down. Looks like Gabby, though, top lane, falling low. Jigu Mastery will be procced once again, so they won't contest any further. And bot lane Dreamer Cell has been left alone. Tim's going for a very deep dive down at bot. Of course, our first neutral item is being picked up. It's by Mel on the TA, and he's got a very, very lucky one as well. The Royal Jelly coming out. So two of the team members of TNC will have that added HP and mana regen. And I mean, in terms of neutral items, John, when you're playing this early on in the game, you hope and pray you get this item.
A midsummer night there.
Tims goes down bot lane, John. The moment I look at top lane, bot lane finds a kill. So Tims goes down to Dreamer Cell on the PL. Of course, we did see the Centaur get very low to Gabby on that Monkey King, but he will be able to stampede his way out of there. That'll make it a 3-2 now. In the way of Boom ID. There might be another team fight, though, as they've caught the Snapfire Hyde. He does have Cookie, and he does jump down the hill, but it looks like they'll have enough damage. March will be there with the Purifying Flames to clean him up. So a 3-3 now at 8.5 minutes in. You look at March, John, he is stacking that Ancient Camp up quite a lot. That'll be the third stack coming now. Armel is going to skyrocket quite quickly at this pace.
Silence.
Dreamer Cell. Run away. Mel just takes the neutral camp away from him. Of course, we are approaching that 10-minute mark now, so TNC starting to posture around that outpost of the Radiant side, though looks like Dreamer Cell is having some spiking issues. Still, TNC look to try and steal that Radiant outpost away from Boom ID prior to that 10-minute mark. Just ensure they can't get that free XP that's given at that 10-minute mark. Boom ID, of course, don't want to really allow this to the side of TNC because that XP advantage is quite deadly with this TNC draft.
Is under attack.
Looks like TNC, though, are going to try for it. March, he'll be the one to take it.
Dire's top tower.
Boom ID, do you fight this? It looks like they don't really have a choice in the matter. They'll have to run away. Tim's already posturing on the PL. And yeah, nobody's going to be there in time to actually steal it back. They'll try to steal the Dire one, though. Hyde.
Is under attack.
He will not be in time. No, he wasn't. He was about a half a second off. A real shame for Boom ID. They're going to lose a fair bit of team XP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We are coin.
They certainly do. Of course, that timing is going to be pretty darn soon, as well as Armel is going straight for the Desolator, and he's about 200 gold off that Deso. After that, of course, straight into the Blink. Once you've got that Deso up, you can start forcing down those T1 towers very, very quickly. And I don't believe Boom ID will have an answer for this early Desolator from Armel. In fact, you look at Dreamer Cell, he's got nothing right now. He's trying to farm up a Yasha to speed up his farming. But without the Diffusal, you can't really get involved. Armel, he's going to start pressuring that mid T1. Dreamer Cell's there to try and help defend, but there's not really much he can do. Meanwhile, Tims does go down to the bot at the bot lane to Makoto on the Kunkka. Well, that T1 mid push will stop Armel. He'll go back into the jungle, but I just don't see an answer here from Boom ID. At least they will slow down things by taking down the puck. There is a smoke now from TNC as Hyde. Be very careful in that mid lane. KB smoke does break, does swashbuckle in, just says hello to the Snapfire. FBZ now though will rotate in and has Stampede available as well as a Vanguard. TNC, they will just back off to safety. FBZ. Well, looked like he may have been in trouble. KP, he doesn't commit the Rolling Thunder all the way. Mel gonna run back in, does give FBZ a meld strike, and again KP threatening with that ultimate. Not really committing it all the way though, and there's the Hoop Stomp coming out, and now Hyde. He'll TP in. Mel though, not really threatened. I mean, there's not really much that can burst him down, apart from maybe a Winter's Curse. The rest of TNC are sitting back and just waiting. There's no chance of that happening anyway. As Armel not going to really cease pushing in this T1. He goes for more. KP again with the swashbuckle. You do have the Mortimer's Kisses available, but you've got to hold Armel down for those. FBZ Is that T1? It's gone. Meanwhile, Tim's, he's fighting in the backlines. He's going straight after the PL. They've got the Wukong's command up, but there's a doppelganger coming out from Dreamer, so he'll get out of there. KB, meanwhile, rolling thunder, but it won't lead to anything, and now they X him up. They want to find something for losing that T1, but March, he'll block out all that magic damage with the Edict. Meanwhile, they've controlled up that TA Armel, but he's copying absolutely no damage. Now Tim's, he just takes down all the pack lines. Kescute forced to commit that Winter's Curse and back the hell out of there. And that's a position 4 Parky had to commit it against. He just could not sustain the damage coming out of Tim's. Mortimer's Kiss is now on March, but he can just edict himself up and false promise. He'll just turn around now. They'll go after FBZ on the center, and FBZ, he's dead. Makoto, he's forced to get out as well. Tim's comes back in on the puck. They're going after the Snapfire, but they miss the swashbuckle. It looks like that'll be enough. In fact, no, Tim's has not had enough. He gets X'd up into the boat. Tim's, are you going to be able to survive this? It doesn't look like it, though. No, he is for now. It won't be enough.
To me.
So a 1-for-1 trade in the end. The T1 mid tower does go down. It was a position 3 for a position 4 trade anyway, so you'd still say it does favor TNC.
Bounty!
They find him though. Looks like they should have the damage. He does have Rolling Thunder. He couldn't quite get the swashbuckle off in time. He will go down to FBZ once again. That'll make it a 6-4 the way of Boom ID, but the score certainly doesn't tell the story of the game, as TNC have been relatively quiet this game. Still, with that Blink Dagger up on Armel, I'm sure he's going to get very, very aggressive now as FBZ is in the line of sight. Armel going to say hello with a Desolator hit. Of course, FBZ does have help behind him. But it looks like Boom ID not really trying to force anything, just giving FBZ some space to get his own Blink Dagger up. He'll finish up that Crimson Guard first, though. As Tim's now going to move in with Armel. Trap will not actually, or did connect on FBZ, but the slow isn't really that high. And I suppose this is buying space for Dream Assault to farm up that mid lane a bit. He does have the Diffusal up. Didn't actually opt to pick up the Yasha, so he'll go into the Manta now. Still though, definitely not in a position to fight quite yet. He needs to just keep farming up as soon as possible. A lot harder than it sounds though up against this kind of draft from TNC. They might go for the Roshan, John. Roshan bleeds as well, so blood will be spilled in the Roshan pit. It is scanned out. This could be massive for the side of Boom ID. They move their way in. They'll scout out Armel taking it, and Roshan, they have plenty of minus armor, so they can take it very, very quickly. But with that scan from Boom ID, they don't want to risk anything, though. Armel going to turn around onto FBZ and takes down over half his HP, and now Tim's moves in as well, but doesn't actually jaunt in. Armel not going to go for it. The cookie is there with the Cold Embrace. TNC is still willing to fight, but Boom ID, they don't want to force anything quite yet unless it means the Roshan. They're going to try for more now. FBZ, KP going to be in a bit of trouble. He'll cop a Torrent. Now the Stampede away though. Kescute, Winter's Curse, he finds one. They get the Oracle, but there's not enough damage it looks like, but the boat flies in. There's the Mortimer's Kisses flying out as well. KP, Rolling Thunder, but he's stuck in the... What the hell is that? Wukong's command comes out. Dreamer Cell does go down regardless. Kescute gonna go down as well. It looks like a triple kill coming out from Armel. Makoto, last man standing pretty much, and he should go down to Tim's now. And it looks like he will, as they are going after FBZ and Hyde once again. Hyde trying to run away, but there's the Boundless Strike from Gabby. He goes down as well. You know what, John? I just realized what KP was doing. It's an Australian classic, John. He was just doing a burnout. And that's one of the only ways you can get it done, John. You pick the Pango, you jump into the ditch, and just like a true blue Australian, you get those tires spinning. Thank you for that, KP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, March was probably just saying, hey, we need to smoke, and KP said, I'll provide the smoke. Nevertheless, turns out they did not need it, as Roshan now giving the side of TNC love hearts, and TNC giving Roshan absolutely zero love. Which is a bit sad, John. It's Valentine's Day tomorrow, and TNC not in the Valentine's mood.
Blessings. A prize.
That's what I try and tell my wife, John, but doesn't stop the physical abuse I take every night. Anyway. Mel. Looking very good, John. Blink Dagger Deso almost has a BKB up and does have the Aegis as well as an Imp Claw. So that first Meld Strike is gonna really destroy somebody with that added crit. Doom ID. I mean, they don't have an answer. Not quite yet. They're waiting on Dreamer Cell. He's got the Asher up now, so farming does escalate a little bit with that instant matter. Pretty good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, there's the BKB arm. Mel, he picks it up. That halberd not going to be quite as effective, though Makoto seems to think it will be as he runs in the smoke. Mel pops a Tidebringer strike, but he has a refraction. Now Torrent Boat flying in, but he blinks away. Winter's Curse does come out on the Pango, though. KP not really copping too much damage. They'll keep trying to go for more as they do find March in the backlines, and now straight onto Armel. He needs some help. They're burning through all those refraction charges. He finally pops that BKB. He was X'd up, but no longer. They'll go after Hyde on the Snapfire and burst him down as well. Now Makoto trying to run away. Tim's looking for the target. They'll go after Kescute instead, and they'll find a 2 for nothing trade. In fact, make it 3 as the Dreamer Cell does get caught out by the Dream Coil. And with that, do they have the lockdown? It doesn't look like they do, but do they care? Because they found another in the form of the Kunkka Makoto. He's been slowed up by the trap. Boat flying in will save him, though there's the Balance Strike. That's a lot of damage, and it will be enough in the end. As TNC take a hell of a lot out from the side of Boom ID. They'll take a T2 tower as well for their trouble. And again, John, I'm looking for Boom ID's their way back into this game. I'm just not seeing it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Was that a Radiance recipe that I just saw on a courier getting destroyed? I believe it was. March getting taken down by Dreamer Cell. Now Gabby actually falling very, very low. Dreamer Cell almost finding him, and does, but he does get taken down. And I believe that was a Radiance recipe for the Monkey King, John, coming out, and it was on the courier. However, the courier died to the PL.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier repair kit coming out, and of course the Aegis does finally expire on Armel. They may slow things down a little bit now. Of course TNC have gotten control of both outposts once again. Makes it very awkward for Boom ID to try and farm that jungle when their outpost has been taken, because TNC can just rotate so darn quick. Of course, an enchanted quiver now for Armel to make matters worse, John. He now has plus 400 bonus range, plus 300 magic damage on the first hit, plus true strike, by the way. So that first meld hit is really gonna hurt.
Dire are strong.
Well, they're gonna watch Armel, John. Quickly kill they got the high, he loses half his HP in one strike. Looks like FBZ has done much once on the Oracle, though there's the rolling thunder. KB just trying to control all the side of the Radeon. Well, this curve comes out, it's only able to get hit from the cavalry. They stab him with the moment, the mission dodge. He actually dodges the damage from the moment, still it's going to be enough to take him down. Now the Lord of the Skins is flying in as well. Armel, he'll get the extra by Mikoto. Torrent coming in, they found the TA, TNC. Tell me you have the detection, Boom ID. They don't need it. Tidebringer will be enough from Mikoto. Quick thinking from the Kunkka. TNC, they'll lose a 4-for-1 trade. That's massive.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's getting concerning now. I mean, feels like 5 minutes ago we were talking about how it just felt like Boom ID had no answer. Now it seems like they have every answer. This PL's just gotten too big. Getting too big. Tim's finds FBZ. I'm not sure what Tim's is thinking here, John. I don't believe he has a solo pickoff potential. In fact, Hyde is rotating in. They won't go for anything. It is. He does get away once again. Of course, we do have a secondary halberd coming out, though. This time around, it's on FBZ. So you've got two halberds on the side of Boom ID. TNC, though, they're so darn lucky with these neutral drops, John. A craggy coat coming out now, which is very nice for one of the supports, I'm sure. Perhaps even KP on the Pango if he really wants it. Still does concern me, though, for the sake of TNC, that Dreamer Cell is going to have a hard up relatively soon. Continuing to play around with the sign of Boom ID. He'll TP up this time around. He did spot out the whole team being there, so he'll get out of there. Gonna risk his life. Meanwhile, March, I believe he just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Oracle.
Radiant's middle
which isn't a bad decision, right? Because every team fight we've seen March, he just goes down straight away. They are just focusing him down every single start. So with this Blink Dagger that he's got now, he can really stand back and just kind of blink his way in for that false promise if he needs to.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Well, they do scan. The KP, he does get scanned out, but he runs into his jungle. Looks like Makoto is going to try and bait them in, but they aren't going to take the bait. Bit unfortunate for Bo3 as well, John. They just walked past the Roche pit, checked it, saw no Roshan, and as they walked off, the Roshan popped up. So, a bit unfortunate for them. The timing was pretty ugly from the Roche. And they won't find anybody from the side of TNC. In fact, it looks like Gabby's actually making a bit of a chase here. Though Hyde will be able to get out of there safely. And essentially, the smoke ends up meaning nothing. Again, pretty big shame. Although, there's FBZ. He does get a hoop stop off. Mel still trying to finish it off though. Mortimer's Kiss is now flying in, but there's the Wukong's command. Mel falling very low. He pops the BKB. Makoto jumps in. He does take the Aegis. He gets it barely, and now the false promise coming out on Mel. Can he survive all this damage though? It doesn't look like he'll be able to though. KP now jumping in, but he cops the torrent. Dreamer Soul just taking that Pango out. Mel full HP once again, but he can't get himself out of this one surely. No, apparently he can though. The hoop stomp did miss, so he blinks his way out with the refraction. They are chasing Dreamer, so he doesn't want to allow this to go. And it looks like they... it doesn't even matter, Armel. He starts running again. Gabby, Boundless Strike to try and assist. And Armel does manage to get out of there successfully, but they do lose the Aegis, they do lose KP, and it's all for the price of a Winter Wyvern.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Bo3. They're running straight through mid. Mel
Dire's middle tower
was
is under
going to be a
attack.
target, but FBZ looks like he got caught out of position. It's forced the Stampede out of there. We see another smoke being bought by March. We'll see when he does opt to pop that.
Dire's bottom
BKB
tower
now
is
up on
under
Gabby
attack.
as well on the Monkey King, so
Dire's structures are fortified.
gonna be a lot stronger during those team fights. Does want that Aghanim Scepter up next. If the Ags is up, it does become a hell of a lot more painful for Bo3 though. As I speak about Ags, John, Makoto has the Aghanim Scepter, so we do have the Water Park coming out from the Kunkka. And that is, we've seen this before, John. It is very, very hard to fight when there's torrents flying out every 2 seconds. The X on KP. Torrent will end up connecting. Rolling Thunder wasn't there, and now the hoop stomp coming out from FBZ, though still Dream Foil comes out, and now, well, Winter's Curse to stop that Wukong's command. Boom, do you keep going? TNC, they want to fight this. They do move on. There's the Water Park coming out. Kesku, he does end up losing his life. Now Makoto, going to be the target, though. No Armel, he gets disarmed, and now the False Promise, just to ensure he gets out of there safely. Hims, meanwhile, finding Hyde in the backlines and does get the kill. So Bo3, not a great team fight for them. They lose 2 and get nothing. In fact, TNC, they'll continue chasing. Makoto would be a fantastic target, though. Tims, he does know he's there, apparently. He is dusted up. Makoto, Shadowblade does wear off. Tims, can he secure it? Well, there's the Cold Embrace actually holding him down now. KP will roll his way in. Tim's still trying to chase after this. They find FBZ as well while all this is happening, though. Makoto proving to be a little bit more slippery, though it looks like eventually they do pick up the Aegis. Now to find the secondary life as they do commit the Wukong's command, but it's just in case the side of BoomID want to try and fight back. The boat will fly out just to give a bit more time to Makoto, and in fact he almost fights Tim's, but it will not be enough as TNC do claim the kill. And it's just a back and forth this game, John. I mean, 1 minute it looks like TNC is leading, then it goes to BoomID. Now we're looking back at TNC.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Certainly does, Armel. Take care of it. Rolling Thunder KP. He blinks in straight away, and it does find both the PO and the Snapfire. Glimmer Cape is there on high though, and in fact Dreamer Soul, he'll run in with FBZ. Hoofstop will be there, but an immediate false promise comes out from March. They're going to keep trying for this KP. Going to be the main target they want. He swashbuckles, but he'll probably be dead as the Mortimer's Kisses do come in.
Tower is under attack.
And so TNC, they do claim the tier 3 tower, which is pretty darn nice at the cost of the life of their Pangolier, and they do back off to safety.
A prize.
This'll come in handy. My blade unseen.
They're going to try and maybe find somebody on the side of TNC now. TNC shouldn't really be expecting this. BZ does have an Invis rune up. Love to find a target. Nobody really being baited in by these PL in the mid lane. TNC seemingly aware of what's going on here. And so what they'll do is they'll start forcing in that bot lane once again. It'll force BoomID back eventually after this tier 2. In fact, it looks like they may not even find the tier 2. Yeah, the creep wave was just pretty late. Gabby's there to clean it up anyway. BoomID, they find nothing for their trouble.
Dire are scanning.
Teams just playing it very safe right now. Of course, Armel did just pick up the MKB. It's that butterfly that just came out on Dreamer Soul. Not going to be quite as effective. So Dreamer Soul trying to get his own MKB up now. TNC, they have smoked up, trying to bait the side of BoomID with KB. In fact, no, they'll just jump in. That's the Aghanim set the Dream Call as well, so it's going to be very hard to get out of this. Wukong's command straight onto Dreamer Soul. They really want this PL kill, but the Cold Embrace keeps him alive. They still have Winter's Curse to use as well if they do need to. KP trying to get out of there safely, but it looks like he will go down at FBZ. Gonna find more. Who does he find? He wants March on the Oracle, but March actually jukes him out. And the rest of TNC straight back down to that bot lane, and they'll start threatening those bot Raxes. That is... No, Hyde's had enough. No, maybe he hasn't. Oh, he has. Hyde. There it is. Good on you, Hyde. Do you have time, though? Because TNC could just force in the bot lane again, and they already are. Yeah, they know. Already pinged it out. You don't have Winter's Curse, Kescute. I mean, he has it available, but he's not in position to use it. Still, he's running his way back up. There's the buyback from KP. Roshan falling very, very low now. TNC, can you steal this Aegis? Gabby is waiting in the trees, smoked up. Orb will try and scout something out, but Boom ID have already left the building. Though I say that they do seem to want to run back in, though. No, they want to take the team fight first. FBZ purged up. They're trying to find Gabby on this Monkey King, but he does juke them out. So instead, they go for the outpost. 40-minute mark does come along, though, so they won't get it in time. Boom ID once again. Straight back into that Roche pit. Makoto accidentally using a TP when he didn't really want to. Now they'll find Armel and they'll burn through those refractions. In fact, FBZ, he doesn't commit the hoop stop. And now Armel, he pops that big beam, turns around. They'll leave the Roshan. Dreamercell straight onto March, false promise. He will be there in time. Monkey King Gabby, Wukong's commander will come out as well to protect this March. In fact, they'll go straight on the back lines. Go after that Kunkka. Makoto, he'll get the corner brace, and there's the Torrent Storm flying out once again. TNC, this could be very, very dangerous. But no, Gabby, he pops the BKB. He'll go after Hyde. Tims, he gets Kescute as well. Hyde is basically a sitting duck, and he does go down. Meldo falls down to Dreamercell. They'll turn around onto Tims on that puck. Tims, he'll just juke out of there, though. No, in fact, he does not get out. He is still trapped to Dreamercell. No mana. Doesn't have the blink in time either. Dreamercell, he'll pick up the kill and does find himself a gem. So it looks like Gabby will be able to go ahead and pick that up for himself. Meanwhile, Gabby finds an Illusionist Cape accidentally thanks to his Radiance. Now they'll go after Dreamercell on that PL. Still Dreamercell willing to man fight this. He goes after KB on the Pango. Still chasing him down, though March is there to protect. Now Tims, he'll jump in with the Orb. And that should be enough for Dreamercell to know to back out. Still, it looked like a great team fight for TNC, but it ends up favoring Boom ID, John. TNC, they were forced to commit 2 buybacks, and the Roshan's still available for Boom ID to go back to. Jumps in. Did he get the Aegis? Yes, he does. Tim saving the day for TNC and KB with the Rolling Thunder in the Roshan pit. It's so darn strong. And they'll leave the building. But they got what they came for. Tims, he's known for making plays like that, John, and he makes another one.
Double damage!
Tims has got balls of steel. I mean, you can never really feel relaxed around Tims. If he sees an opportunity to jump, he's jumping. He just does not care. Still, though, we are approaching the later stages of the game where the PL does tend to take over. Mind you, I mean, it is still up against the Monkey King, and Monkey Kings recently have been found to be able to transition well into the late game in this new patch. In fact, you will see Gabby picking up that Aghanims as well as the MKB now. So he is hitting very, very hard. Still, these tier 4 items going to be quite important for both teams.
Yes, haha.
TNC will immediately start pressuring that Radiant side jungle. Spell Prism, very nice for KP on that Pango, John. That 20% reduction in cooldown. Very annoying considering Swashbuckle was already a very short cooldown. And now Magic Lamp as well. So if they gave that to someone like Tims, if it wasn't hard enough to kill him, it's going to be almost impossible. Oh, I see.
Illusion. Invisibility.
Well, it looks like they actually gave they gave him something else. The spell prism goes to him instead of KB, so all his spells on a much lower cooldown now. So I was talking about Tim's being unkillable. Basically, might be with those cooldowns lowered, puck does become even more slippery. Of course, we'll see. Bo3 still just trying to farm up the best they can. Dream Assault looks like he does not go for the MKB any longer. He's going for a Bloodthorn instead. I suppose it makes enough sense being able to crit with all your illusions, but still going to take a while to get that up. So I say that he has 7.5k gold on the PL right now. Not maxing out that efficiency by buying anything, but he's a very rich man, this Phantom Lancer. I don't think his buyback costs 8. I think his buyback costs 8k though.
Hey, Mia. Here I am.
Very nice. Yeah, the jungle was looking a bit ugly. It isn't. It's fantastic, and well, there's that Bloodthorn coming out. So Dream Assault, ironically enough, doesn't hold buyback.
Illusion.
Kodo, spot out Armel. Kodo is in Viz though. They do have a gem, so they must know. And yeah, KB, he had one on him. They jump Makoto straight off the bat. It's a lot of damage. He pops his BKB bone. Trying to survive this until his team can come join him. There's a Torrent Storm as well. Makoto is actually very, very, very tanky. FBZ now with the stun onto Armel. They're just locking this TA down, but there's the False Promise and Wukong's command. Straight back onto Makoto. Kescute's gone, so no Winter's Curse, but he will buy back. Now the Hex coming out onto Armel, but do they have the damage output? It's not quite yet there yet, so they can get the double stun off. Now the Winter's Curse, but it's on an illusion of Gabby. So Armel gonna turn around, but the Bloodthorn is a bit too much to deal with from the PL. Tims just wants to get the hell out now. And it looks like he will manage to do so, but TNC, it looked like a great start for them, but they just weren't able to burst Makoto. Trying to go after the solo Winter Wyvern kill. Dream Assault was around the area, and well, Tims, he'll just go for a straight TP out, and he will make it out. I mean, that last team fight, John. I mean, the Winter's Curse was missed as well. That should have been a fourth hero dead, but they got the Gabby illusion instead. I mean, not great signs for TNC.
Excellent.
Tims gets caught out, but he does manage to jaunt away, and he will blink out successfully. Very close call for him. Had Dream Assault been around with the Bloodthorn, he probably would have just been dead. Still Dream Assault, he's just forcing that top lane, so Gabby will get in position to try and make the jump. He's going to need a lot more backup. Up that buyback status. In fact, Gabby, he does jump down. Dream Assault going to jump straight on top. Glimmer Cape will be there to save from March.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Bo3 will just focus down that mid tier 2 instead. Much easier target for now.
Dire's middle tower
Tims, again playing very risky, does blink in, clear out the creep wave. Bo3 looks like they will be forced back to the bot lane anyway. It's been pushed in again by TNC. Dream Assault not willing to give away a bot Rax. We'll go ahead and clean it up.
Yes.
Bounty.
Gotta be careful not to get caught out here. We'll be okay. Of course, you do have that side device up on Armel, so he has got a lot more control. But if you look over to the PL, John, Dreamersaw is picking up a Nullifier next. It's going to make life very, very hard for the cause of TNC. No BKB, and you're pretty much dead, especially Armel on that TA. So careful playing like this. Hoof Stomp will not connect, he'll blink out. Bit preemptive there with the set pull. Tim's just trying to drag this game out as long as possible. Looks like he's going straight into a Mjolnir, excuse me, next on the puck. So he's almost expecting that he's going to need to have some wave push going on. Well, KP gonna still be outpost again, but no, Soren will connect. KP not giving up on it though, no, in fact he will. Swashbuckle out. Top lane though, who they found, it looks like it was the puck. False promise was there from March, and March actually TP's out in time, so the torrent does connect onto Tim's. Tim's is 100% dead here, surely. And yeah, Makoto will find the kill. The March trying to save the day, and it was kind of to be expected. Like, Tim's was playing very, very risky like that over and over again up against Boom ID. At some stage, they were going to catch him. Again, though, their bot lane's been pushed in. Is it going to be worthwhile trying to do this? You have the buyback on Tim, so he can start anytime he wants. Armel, can he get caught out? There's the Nullifier. Armel can't die here. False promise will come out on March now. The Wukong's command. Buyback immediately from Tim's. They want to try and punish as much as possible. Boom. KB trying to find the back lines. He does get FBZ, but it looks like KB needs to get back in his own base. And he will do so. Nobody dying. But you see Boom ID forced back to that bot lane. They have to push it out. Makoto will be there. Tim's forcing the rotation as he does TP down to the bot lane to try and push in the racks. And so again, we sit at a bit of a stalemate 52 minutes in where neither side can really find a racks. This could be a very, very long game incoming. TNC just aren't giving any space to the side of Boom ID.
Illusion.
We should have a look at our favorite Dota Plus feature, the win probability. Currently at 54% the way of Boom ID, John, so very even apparently. Jumping on the Wyvern, the Hex was there, the FBZ with the Stampede, and now can they turn it? Dreamercell actually finding KP, who does buy it back. Dreamercell finding the solo pickoff. And now, do they go back for Roshan? Looks like they'll leave it. They're just happy with the buyback. And that's fair enough.
Invisibility.
Back to the Roshan. We've seen two Aegis steals this game. Move Stomp is there from FBZ, but he does not connect. Again, Dreamercell will leave the Roshan, try to find another pickoff. He would love to find the dieback on KP if he could. KP won't show himself quite yet. Back to the Roshan it is. Of course, you do have Tim's available as well. Now, he did buy back recently, so he can't afford to die either. But they can't really afford to put this Aegis away. Roshan, KB, he comes in with the Rolling Thunder. Now Tim's jumps in as well, though the Rosh is so down low, but not dead yet. Looks like Dreamercell will run in to try and finish it. And Makoto, he does pick it up, Tim's. He couldn't quite get it in time. With that, do they keep fighting? Makoto, there's the Torrent Storm, but he loses the Aegis immediately with the boat flying in. And TNC, I don't think they want to take this. Makoto is willing to fight, but there's the false promise coming out onto Gabby. Meanwhile, in the back, Dreamercell finding a kill onto Armel. It looks like Tim's is trying to find the Wyvern, but doesn't quite get there. And now they found Gabby on the Monkey King to boot. FBZ, he falls very low, but it does not matter. All of them get out. The TNC, they lose 2 once again. Luckily for them, though, Armel and Gabby both have buybacks.
Very, very ugly.
Plus 44 is literally every time he does commit the rush as well. Like, it's such a hard antagonist to go up against. Especially when you got to peel this down farm. That's the first Rax of the game going down. The bot lane for TNT hasn't pushed in the no. Wukong's command will fly out. They're going to try and protect this. Cold Embrace is there on the PL immediately. KB with the Rolling Thunder. The Torrent and Bo3 does fly in onto Gabby. And now Dreamercell, he turns around. He'll get the silence off. Do they have the control though? Dreamercell, he gets out safely. They stampede away. Tim's. Dream Call was already committed. That'll be it. They don't actually get any of the mid-racks. They just get the tier 3 tower. And Boom ID will risk nothing further.
Don't mind if I do.
Uh-oh. Oof, that is... So hold on. I've got to apologize for the stupid question here, John, but Dreamercell, with the 25 talent having plus 30% critical strike at 200%, if he commits the Bloodthorn and crits, then he crits on the crit? Does it amplify? Like, because the Bloodthorn gives you the 160% crit as well. So if they both crit at the same time, what happens?
Because at this point, why not?
I see. Okay.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still here.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, Tim's cannot afford to die right now. He'll get out. He's trying to push in that bot wave again.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like he will be left alone, at least for now, to do so. Does commit his orb. Is he going to take his outpost back? We are approaching that hour mark, John, so you will see tier 5 items starting to pop out at that 60-minute mark. And that's when things become really silly, and I suppose if TNC have a way back into this game, it's going to be with some of those tier 5 items. there's certain... I can agree with your sentiment, John, of course. It does make sense. I've got to say, though, there's certain item matchups with heroes that make them unkillable. Like, if Monkey King gets a Trident, John, he's literally unkillable in the Wukong's command. Like, with plus 100 armor as well, once he hits level 30, that Wukong's command, there's no way to kill him. Like, with the magic resist from the Trident, as well as that bonus armor, he will literally be unkillable. Yeah, of course, you've got to buy it, but 60 minutes into the game, you'd think it wouldn't be that hard to farm up. Uh-oh. Alright, well, screw that.
Well, this'll work.
Way to play. Dreamercell gets started. What do we found? Oh, the Woodland Striders. That's a nice one. Fallen Sky, of course, coming out as well. 2 massive items. Of course, those Woodland Striders make you run so darn quick, and the trees can be very, very frustrating if they leave behind. Fallen Sky, of course, basically a free blink and Meteor Hammer, if you think about it that way. I just wonder who they give these to. Armel will take the Fallen Sky for himself. For now, anyway. Striders, though? It's holding those. Still at the base. Fair enough. That's a good one. The PO would have loved that. Won't find it. Tim's. Does he get caught? No, he orbs away once again. Blinks straight back towards the Radiant side base. They look at the Snapfire. TPing in straight onto Tim's. They get the Hex off this time around. Tim's, he's going to pay for this with his life. The boat flies in and Makoto will claim the kill. But once again, John, he has bought a lot of time for his team, who can just farm up the jungle right here, right now. And that's a Ballista coming out. That is a lot of attack range. And actually, I haven't seen that one yet. But knocks back enemies 50. And deals 30 pure damage with every attack. That's a lot.
A lucky find.
Seems a bit awkward as well. Like, why even do this? Like, you can secure your win with those tier 5 items for Boomer if you just farm for the next 2 minutes, but they're going to try and push in this mid racks. They want to apply the pressure. Gabby can say hello. But Gabby cops a fair bit of damage, and mind you, Gabby isn't at level 30 yet. He's at 29, so he's not quite as strong as he could be. Stun coming out of the PL, but he'll be okay. Again, they'll go on to Gabby. He'll survive it. Dream Call will come out. They caught FBZ, they caught the PL, now they jump in with the Abyssal. Though it's not quite enough damage. He just runs away with the Glimmer Cape, just waiting out the coil. Wukong's command and the Torrent Storm being thrown out. It's a lot of damage. Dreamercell is falling very, very low, just trying to get out of there. Gabby falls low himself, and Armel goes down to hide thanks to those Mortimer's kisses. KP tried to stop him, but he wasn't there in time. And, well, more tier 5 items, John. The Force Boots coming out, as well as, I believe, another Mirror Shield that was dropped.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
So, Force Boots are now up on FBZ, so he's going to be running like an absolute madman, and of course Dreamercell does take the Mirror Shield. So he's got a free Lincolns as well as plus 20 attributes. Go after that bot tier 3. Old Sky will come in. KP is the one holding it now. Go after that secondary racks. Dreamercell getting solid stuff, but not really in too much danger as FBZ jumps in, and that's a massive turn. Onto 3. Both flies in as well. Tibbs, he does not go down. He base shifts, but no, he cops the stun. They put the false promise on him. He commits another Dream Coil, just trying to survive. Now the Snapfire jumps in, but there's the Torrent Storm, stopping the side of TNC from coming any further. and Gabby goes down without buyback. KB, he's been hexed up as well. So Tims, the savior, he'll jump in and save her, or rather kill FBZ. They'll find the peel as well, did they? No, not quite. They found the Kunka. They'll find the hide on the Snapfire. FBZ jumping back in. KB trying to run away from Dreamer Cell, who is still alive and is still the biggest threat on the side of Boom ID. Buybacks will start flying out.
Double damage.
1 racks left for the side of TNC as Boom just going to go ahead and clean that up very, very quickly. Without the buybacks on the Monkey King or the TA, it's very hard to defend this. KB again, Fallen Sky flying out. Doesn't really do much to slow down Dreamer Soul though. He will go ahead and get the Mega Creeps for his team. You know, I was saying they needed tier 5 items, John. Apparently not really. They were just perfectly fine.
Don't mind if I do.
A prize.
Look at Dreamer Soul's net worth, John. It's 55k. There's the Trident. Got a Trident on KP now, the rest of Roshan, KP, can he steal this? We've got Tims coming around as well. Tims does actually silence his way in. Get himself out. Stampede. They actually do find KSQ in the backline, so it's a nice little start. Now the Dream Core coming out. Tims trying to fight everyone by himself back. KB is there with the Rolling Thunder. Again, it's just Tims just dragging this out with the phase shift spam. Why not? Why the hell not? KB trying to save the day. No, FBZ jumps in with the stun. The Roshan's down with the ages. KB, he does pick it up. It will be used immediately though as FBZ took the cheese and eats it immediately as well. Now Gabby jumping onto that Centaur. Who do they go for though? Nobody quite dying yet. Looks like the side of Boom just want to get out of there. The ages was basically forfeited. FBZ? Well, he got it, I guess. At the cost of his life with no buyback.
Regeneration.
No.
Silence.
Not to mention Hyde is holding a ballista right now, John. So this Snapfire with Little Shredder can deal quite a bit of damage. If you consider the fact that it's 30 plus pure damage every attack and it knocks them back, I wonder how much it does with Little Shredder. We're going to find out, John, as Armel is pushing in the tier 3 tower. Of course, you do have the curse available. TNC just desperately trying to find something, though their base is being pushed in once again. Have Tims there to defend, but that will mean he's not there for the team fight. Of course, he does actually. Tims has a Divine Rapier? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. The only problem is he's not there, but he does have boots to travel available.
I love this part.
Silent.
Back to the jungle. More neutrals to drop. It is. Be okay.
not far off.
See, just holding on. With that Divine Rapier, it's not hard to push back those creeps. There's a gem just sitting at the bot lane right now. Nobody's picked it up. Chilling there. And see, they need an opening here. Of course, we'll look at that win probability, John, and believe it or not, Boom ID only has a 62% chance of winning this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Behold!
Boom ID showing up in the bot lane. If they can find Tims, they'd get a free Divine Rapier, as well as a massive kill. So they will go back to defend. Dreamer Cell not willing to risk anything.
Oh, bounty!
Dreamer Cell just casually holding 8.5k. He's already 7 slotted, so doesn't really need anything. So bot lane, they actually go for a bit of a team fight. They found the Conquer, but there's the Winter's Curse coming out. And look at the knockback coming up from that Ballista from the TA. Still the FBZ jumping in with the Hoof Storm and the Torrent Storm. Just to follow up, there's the Mortimer's Kiss to the Tims. He's already found Kescute, now by the double Dream Call. And there's the Fire and Strike coming up from the Monkey King. And Tims is just cleaning up. Oh, Tims. Just setting up everything for his team as Dreamer Soul's the only one left standing. Where's the buybacks? Are you kidding? 4 heroes without buyback on the side of Boom IT. Dreamer Soul's the only man left to fight here. Does Dreamer Soul has a buyback. I mean, he's holding 8.5k. But Dreamer Soul can't afford to die because he needs that buyback. But there's a Balance Strike. Do they have the damage output? Yeah, they do. Right, Dreamer Soul, time to buy back, sir. There we go. So, I have never seen that, John. I've never seen this before. You get mega creeps, you have the whole map to control, and the only person who has buyback is the PO. I have never seen that in my casting career.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, Dreamer Soul could drag this out though. It's not over. The TNC, they're dumbstruck by this. Do we go for the T4s? Do they really not have buyback? Alright, I guess we do it. Here's Wukong's command coming out. Gabby refreshes it as well. Dreamer Soul, he's dead. It's over. That's a dieback on the PL, John. This game is over. TNC gets game 1. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Boom ID and TNC Predator. And this is, of course, for the StarLadder ImbaTV minor, which will be coming up pretty darn quick. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, game number 1 was a pretty interesting one, going past the 70-minute mark. Plenty of tier 5 items, a Divine Rapier being picked up, and of course Tim's, I hate to say it, John, once again saving the day for TNC, just setting up perfectly and really just ripping apart the side of Boom ID, forcing them to die without buybacks and stealing game number 1. Game number 2, I'd like to ask you, if there's anything, what did Boom ID need to do differently this time around?
Oh boy, the main thing I want to say is try to keep that throwing arm in check. They had a massive lead in game number 1, right?
Yep.
They had this insanely huge lead. They had mega creeps up and running for themselves. They had pretty much control in that game.
Yep.
And it took one bad fight outside their base. It took them getting a bit overconfident in that engagement. And it cost them. Just like that, TNC turns it on its head. You can't give TNC moments like that. You can't give these guys an opening. No matter how far behind they are, it's TNC. Now, at the end of the day, despite their struggles so far with the season, this is a team that goes down fighting. So you can't afford to give a swing like that away for Boom ID. I'd say if there's anything that I want to see them kind of polish up, perhaps their early to mid game could have been a bit cleaner as well. I think that was one of their low points in the last match. It took them a while until they were confident enough to force an advantage out. Despite them having stronger team fight earlier on, TNC, they got a bit of space there in that mid game. They kept it fairly even, which caused the game to really go late for Boom ID. So perhaps try to clean up that early game if they're going for an aggressive draft, try to maximize that draft, and really just be more consistent. I think that's the one thing Boom ID has always lacked. That consistency to close out games. It's not there. And I'd like to see them do better.
More importantly, John, I mean, once again, Dota Plus was correct. I mean, I questioned Dota Plus for the 50th time. This is a service that we pay for, John. Valve does not stop. They just deliver the prime service of Dota Plus. Thank you very much, Valve. Thank God I pay for this service. How much shards do I have? I think I have 200,000 shards that I haven't spent. We need more cosmetics, Valve. Anyway, Boom ID, TNC Predator. The draft has started, John. Unsurprisingly, TNC pick up the Snapfire as their first pick and go into the OD pickup, and Boom ID go to the Oracle Troll Warlord combination, which is quite deadly to say the least.
It's interesting to me that the picks ended up this way. A really early troll from Boom, and we have seen the troll versus OD matchup before in very different patches going throughout the years. It's a classical matchup, I think, that a lot of teams want to force out. The OD is pretty much favored if you play your cards right. Of course, the BKB start flying out, then the Troll starts to pick up a bit of momentum. You have to consider the Oracle here as well for Boom ID. That saving grace is going to be a major factor in these fights. And you're going to have to be careful about when you use that false promise now on that Troll. The timing is going to have to be key. You're going to have to try to watch your spacing up against this OD. Otherwise, the Troll without BKB is just a sitting duck there in that matchup. So something Boom ID will have to watch out for. Otherwise, this combination is solid. It's tried and tested. It's nothing too radical. Troll, Oracle, it's consistent. It does the damage. It stands in front. You've got two ways of staying alive throughout the entire thing. OD can punish the Troll. Again, the imprisonment's pretty good for that. And of course, we saw the effects of the Snapfire last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, shout out to all the viewers, John, that are on Steam. This is the first time we've been put on Steam TV, which is very, very interesting. Probably shouldn't have made the Dota Plus joke, considering we're on Valve's product right now. But shout out to you guys that are watching on Steam TV. Anyway, 5th ban's coming out, TNC Predator and Boom ID. One more ban for either side. Of course, we did see the Omni Knight and the Pugna being banned out. Which I've got to say, the Pugna ban is a bit of a shock to me, because I thought Pugna would be a pretty decent pick up against the Troll, but then again, you've already got the OD mid, so I suppose they just don't want to have to play against the Pugna. And we'll see TNC Predator, they get rid of that very popular Husker pick that has been popping up frequently enough in the mid lane. Get rid of that immediately. Of course, it gels very well with the Oracle to boot, so you definitely don't want to give Boom ID those options. And Boom ID,
10 seconds remaining.
One more ban for them. By the way, John, while we're waiting for that ban, I mean, we are officially the Dota 2 mukbang casters. So, what did you eat today, sir?
Not much, unfortunately. You wake up, you only find out the night before when you're gonna go to work, of course. So you wake up, you have laundry to. It's a busy day. You're forced to do certain chores by family. I only had time for instant noodles, as is life. Sometimes you're just forced to eat instant noodles. It's not bad. It's great. I do love it. It's not good for you, but it is enjoyable. Of course, it's the Filipino. I used to love Indomie when I was in Singapore, but now that I'm back home, I go back to what I love. Pancit Canton. Lucky me, it's Filipino noodles. It's just a nice mild flavor. It's very homey, I think it's the word for it.
Well, to all the Indonesians out there, don't worry, I'm still eating Indomie. So please don't be offended by John's lack of culture, I would say.
You see the tiny pickup. The tiny pickup for Boom ID. Yeah,
it's a nice pick, right?
It is. You've got flexibility here now as well. You can still run that tiny safe lane if you want, the Troll down mid. Of course, you can also just run it as a support with the Oracle. And it's potent in either case. You have some leeway to figure out what you want to get done there. It's really strong, lots of burst, good control. You can help the Troll get out or get into a fight quite well. And I think it really ties in what you want with that duel with the Oracle and Troll. So for TNC, they go for the Abaddon themselves. Now, this is a hero that's been consistently popping up for a very long time now. And it's not hard to see why. It just gives you a lot in that laning phase. It's a very annoying hero to deal with. And again, you also have a bit of flexibility with where to throw it nowadays. So you have that going for TNC. You could see KP play it. Or we could see it run in that more sacrificial pause 5, although with a Snapfire, I would want something that would, eat a bit less space, just be less reliant on gold. So the Abaddon should probably be the offlaner here. We have seen KP play that a lot before. Wouldn't be too surprised.
Fun fact, I believe the hero concept of Snapfire was actually made after my own grandmother, John, who consistently fed me as a child, even though I told her not to. Just kept throwing cookies at me. If I said no to her, she'd obviously take out the gun and force to eat those cookies. Hence my my obesity problem, John. It's not my fault. I don't eat too much. Too many cookies is the problem. As Pangali will come out for Boom ID. The Pango was fairly strong last game. Of course, KP was showing off a bit of Australian culture in the last game. You could argue, John, that was the game-saving play for TNC. Like, it probably gave Tim's a lot of oomph in his step. It probably motivated him to get that Divine Rapier as an Australian.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, they did win that fight after the burnout. They did win that trade. So it did pay off.
You can't see when a burnout's going on, John. Boom ID had no chance. TNC Predator, though. 4th pick for them.
I mean, you've got a pretty clear picture of where Boom ID wants to be now. With that Pangolier, of course, the Tiny's more than likely going to be a support.
Right.
And you do see the Timbersaw coming out here. Really good way to punish both the Pangolier and the Troll Warlord. You know, Strength cores are very easy to burn down with that Timbersaw. I like this combination with the OD as well. And the Abaddon, so you've got these great frontliners so far. You don't really have the best of burst from Boom. I guess Tiny is pretty good burst if you can get the jump in with these heroes. It does taper off quite hard. I think as the game goes on, the only one you can really consistently kill off will be Snapfire eventually. So you've got to watch out for that timing from Boom. TNC, it's looking pretty good so far. The one thing I am concerned about is control. Again, they are relying mainly on Snapfire to keep someone locked in place right now. You have that you have the imprisonment from the OD as well, I suppose. But their team fight is not as well knit together as it was in game 1. Boom ID looking like they have a bit of a better grasp there, at least in terms of control. I mean, you have to watch out for that Snapfire. We saw that Snapfire do a lot of damage in these team fights if you don't keep it in check.
Oh, absolutely. It's a very, very dangerous hero to leave alone. Though I guess that's why the Tiny is there, right? Like, you can always just toss in the Snapfire, or at least cancel the channel. And that way, she's really not as effective. Because once she's in the middle of the team fight, she's very, very weak. Very susceptible to just dying. But you've got to get past the front line first, and going up against Timbersaw is never easy in a team fight. Still TNC. One more ban for them. We saw Boom ID. They don't want to have to play against that combination of the Void with the OD and the Snapfire. So they get rid of that. TNC, what is their final ban coming out, I wonder? Boom hasn't revealed a mid lane yet, unless they're going to put the Pango mid, but it's very unlikely. They'll probably put it in the off lane. So you'd assume that we've got one mid ban coming out now.
I mean, it ought to be, unless TNC's expecting the Troll mid for whatever reason. I think that's more likely than the Pango.
I mean, it could happen. Troll is a pretty decent mid. It's very hard to last hit against him, I suppose. Just because you can deny so easily, though. They get rid of the Monkey King. Okay, fair enough. I guess it's not too bad. Monkey King doesn't mind being up against the Timber. Get that free Jingu Mastery going and then just kill the rest of them. Leave the Timber alone. Let's see, how do you finish this off? Because they do need a safe laner. They don't have that Troll option. They don't have the Void option.
Remaining.
We've got the PO. We've got the Slark, which has been very popular. Alright, they'll go to the Bloodseeker, and I guess that's also fair enough, right? Up against the Pango, up against the Troll, they like to run around. The Rupture is not going to be a great time for either of these.
Yeah, definitely not. I like this pick from TNC to tie up their draft. I think it's playing into this earlier timing coming out from them. Boom ID, though, with that last pick Silencer, could toss this one up in the air. I mean, that damage coming out early on from that Silencer is going to be annoying to deal with. So you've got to watch out for that now. Mikado is going to be playing that. And it's going to be interesting to see that matchup. Of course, I think overall, in terms of how the draft's shaped up, it's a bit harder for me to give an advantage here. Last time I gave Boom an advantage because of how they scaled towards late, and they were scaling nicely. This time around, their lineup is definitely geared for a bit more of a mid-game sort of tempo, but TNC's really good at counteracting that by their earlier durability this time around. I think I might have to give the edge just to TNC in terms of raw draft. I don't see any way you're going to be bursting down the Timbersaw past 15. I don't see any way you're bursting down the Abaddon for sure past 15 as well, just by nature of these heroes. And you're playing into a bit of a disadvantage with that Timbersaw not being burstable, super burstable with what you have so far, unless you throw so many heroes to take KP out. So I think TNC's draft is definitely much more cohesive this time around, and I'd expect them to execute this one a bit cleaner.
I mean, I tend to agree with you on this. In fact, I think TNC just won out really hard. Like, they've got these great combinations on Boom ID, right? You can keep the troll alive for so darn long, but at the same time, I mean, with this, I just don't understand the last pick silencer here. The global silence is great, but it just seems like he's going to be very susceptible in these team fights, especially to that Bloodseeker who's just going to run up on him with the Rupture and just take him out. So it does scare me a bit here for Boom ID. Nevertheless, we'll see how it all pans out. We're going to go into game number 2 of this best of 3. Of course, straight after this, John, I believe it's going to be... Well, I know we're casting Team Iron, and they are going to be up against Reality Rift, so that should be another pretty interesting matchup straight after this series. Of course, losers of both series will go down to the lower bracket. They won't be automatically kicked out of the qualifier, so there will still be a chance for them to get to those grand finals of this closed qualifier and try to make their way to the minor. Nevertheless, we'll cast this for now. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on Dreamer Cell, see how fast he can get that farm up on the troll. It is going to be very important for him to get that farm up, though TNC kind of indicating they may tri lane this.
I think they just really want these runes so far. I think a tri-lane goes against what TNC actually wants. They need EXP on all of their heroes to really get their timing right. So they're just trying to secure these outposts as they did last time around. Do trade earlier on for it. They do catch out the Tiny.
Mel gonna follow up with the silence. Hyde can't get out of it in time. He'll cop the damage. Hyde gonna be forced to use a bit of regen already. Gabby gonna take his outpost back though. FBZ gonna try and harass him a bit. Gabby gonna be okay. Not really much threat of him dying here. TNC gonna secure both bot bounties, and Boom ID will get both top bounties. So an even trade between the two. And it does look like Tim's is going to make his way back up to the top lane. So you are correct, John. They are going to run those dual lanes. They definitely prioritize that XP over anything else. And I suppose that is the correct decision here from TNC.
Yeah, there is something going on here, though. Armel is playing mid Bloodseeker up against that Silencer from Kato, so... I mean, it's not bad per se, but I do believe the Silencer is going to be enjoying that added advantage early on. As the game picks up, Armel can kind of keep pace, as long as he can get his last hits down.
BZ already loses quite a lot of HP up at that top lane. Tim's being very frustrating with that Scatter Blast. Of course, we do see Hyde immediately pulling the creep wave back towards zone T1. In fact, he may go for a double, though no. Just a single pull for now. Tim's going to be there to disrupt this. In fact, he's going to try and get the neutrals going towards that creep wave. And yeah, he grabs it. Perfectly played by Tims. He will not allow the pull away. With that, I mean, you can always bring the troll in to just, or rather the Timber or the OT to come in and just farm up that creep wave. At the very least, it is going to force the push in from the creep wave, so they will not have creep equilibrium on the side of Boom ID up at this top lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty nice win here for TNC as long as they manage to sap as much EXP as possible. Once you get early levels into Snapfire, it's just really hard to play against. Of course, Boom will not let that go without a fight.
March going to find himself Kescute's Courier. Of course, March did go for the early Brown Boots build, so he can run these Couriers down very easily once he's spotted them out. Abaddon is just a very fast hero to begin with anyway. It looks like he'll even start stacking up some Ancient Camps for his team. So, top lane, Tim's falling very low to FBZ. Swashbuckle is available, and well, Gabby, he'll commit the Astra, though Tim's may still be dead here. Cookie is available, and it will be dodged FBZ. Nice Swashbuckle out. Won't quite get the kill on Tims, but won't die himself, which is much more important to the side of Boom ID.
Yeah, and again, it's just aggressive posturing from both sides here at the top lane, but so far the farm has been trading fairly evenly overall. Like, Gabby is pretty much matched up with Dreamocell down bot, so both teams are still somewhat finding what they want, despite how back and forth it's been going.
Going to KP now. Timber gonna be perfectly fine. He does have the 6 reactive armor stats. No real threat of dying for him. The mid lane, excuse me for missing that arm. No, double damage on the Bloodseeker does find the kill. Of course, he did have level 1 Thirst at the time, which makes it a lot easier. Now top lane, Hyde will go down to Gabby on the OD.
Yeah, these early pickoffs are going to be setting the pace for TNC at the very least. That's something you have to watch out for. Your HP levels on the side lanes make this mid lane much harder to play with for Mikado. Of course, now that he gets a bit of a reset, does have more mana to play with, can twack Armel a few more times, and it does hurt copying that orb walking from a silencer.
It certainly does. Considering he steals in every time he hits you as well, it hurts more and more as time goes on. Hyde, maybe try and steal the outpost again. But no, he'll leave it. Already got it, in fact. He doesn't even need to be there. He just supposed to be safe. Armel, be the target of a gank attempt. Does cop a lot of damage once again from Mikoto. The March will be there to help him out. Gives him an aphotic shield as well as a miscoil. Hyde, he's still sticking around that river. Still wants to try and make this rotation happen. But while March is there, it's basically impossible to get this Bloodseeker kill.
Definitely is. It's just a bit of time wasted here from Boom. I think they should really focus on trying to win their side lanes a bit more rather than working out this mid lane matchup. You are forcing March to stay there anyway for the most part, and he is just walking between lanes, healing people up. That's it. That's a bit of an opening. You can't abuse this Boom.
On the bright side for Boom ID, Dreamer Soul is at the top of the last hits board, so the Troll is farming very, very well right now, and KP can't really do much to shut him down. The thing is with KP though, he's happy to just trade farm as the Timber. I mean, they never really chose the Timber to try and shut down the Troll in lane anyway. The top lane, FBZ does fall very low again on the Pango, but Gabby didn't have any more spells to throw out, so he leaves them be and goes back to farming on the OD. So we remain in a 0-2 though. 1k net worth is going to remain for TNC. Finally hit that 5-minute mark. Bounty runes are up, but it looks like it will be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, as Boom ID and TNC both get 2 each. Things will remain fairly passive for now.
I think the one issue for Boom ID here as this game goes passive is that their side lanes are really not farming as much. Besides Dreamocell on Troll, who's getting just a bit pressured here, besides Dreamocell, the farm on every other hero is lackluster compared to the TNC counterparts. So if they're just going to keep this kind of pace, they'll slowly work themselves into a deficit unless some pressure is placed on the map.
Dreamocell cops a fair bit of damage from KP actually. Interesting to note, KP went for the level 1 chain. You see a lot of the time, these Timbers tend to go for the max Whirling Death and the max reactive armor, but this time around he does opt for level 1 chain early on, so feels it necessary to be able to chain himself out or in. KP farming this bot lane freely. Dreamsoul can't shut him down. In fact, they're going to move forward. Whirling Death on Dreamsoul with the Chakram now. He has to get out. The chain is going to be available, but it's not enough. The attack speed on the Timber is so darn slow, or rather the attack animation, that he couldn't get that final right click off in time.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame here. Still, the Troll is forced back. He's not going to be farming up. He's going to have to walk back to that tier 1. It's going to slow him down.
Tim's with the cookie. There's Scatter Blast is going to be enough. One more Armel, he'll barely find it just in the nick of time.
Hyde.
Now Hyde. They don't have Rupture, but they may not need it. In fact, never mind Armel, he doesn't care. He'll go back to farming. He already found the main target he wanted. Hyde's just going to stand there and think about what's just happened. Perhaps just wait for his silence to be back up and online. Maybe go for a gank attempt on Armel.
That's cute.
Getting caught out. That's Tim's for you, John. Even on a hero like Snapfire, he's just roaming around the map, making plays happen with that cookie.
Yeah, and this is rough for Boom. This is what you expect the Tiny to be doing. But Hyde has just not been able to find that opportunity to sneak himself into TNC and do his own burst damage. So he's behind in levels now in terms of progression there, tied up with his Oracle, and you don't want the Tiny falling too far behind in EXP. He needs to be big. He needs to get the damage up with his spells.
KP could be the target of a gank attempt now. They will purge him up, though he does still have stacks going, but Rolling Thunder is there, and it's a lot of magic damage from Boom ID. So KP, he was trying to force in that tier 2 tower. He does actually do quite a bit of damage towards it as well. Dream Missile? He just popped Battle Trance for no reason. Is that a thing? I guess he just wants to protect that tier 2 from the siege creep.
He didn't hit the siege creep though.
I realized that.
It could have been a mispress, perhaps.
Maybe he just it's farming efficiency. That's what we'll call it.
I suppose. I mean, he's not looking to take these fights anyway at this point. You know, he needs farm as the troll. A bit of a pincer movement here, top lane TNC, sneaking behind Tim's.
Yeah, but there's Hyde going after Gabby, and Gabby tossed back into that tier 1 tower. FBZ gonna be there, but Tim's with the cookie once again a save, and Gabby should just be able to run out though. No swashbuckle forward. They should be able to find Gabby on this OD, but he has Astral in a second, and he will not committed. No. He hesitates, he cancels the animation, and now Armel comes in with the rupture. They'll go after Kescue. They will be able to trade, but you don't want to trade for an Oracle with the life of your OD.
No, definitely not. A nice little pick off for Boom. That does give him a little bit more to play with. Of course, that clears out the bot lane for Dreamocell to farm up as well. March is not going to be a major threat to this troll. So you're buying some space for their pause one. Found the opposing pause one as well, and Armel.
Tim's again gonna save the days. KP will run in now. They'll go after Makoto. The toss forward onto Armel. Makoto, he did not want to be tossed like that, I don't think. He does go down to the silence. Armel gets a dominating spree. Now FBZ gonna get chased down Tim's. He doesn't have mana, and they'll leave it at that. Sometimes, John, that happens. You toss your teammate in, you think it's a surefire kill, and it turns out it's not, and it costs them their life.
I think they might have wanted to toss FBZ. He still had a roll there. If he got in the middle, got the roll off, that might have been a very different team fight from Boom. Still, unfortunate. You know, it happens.
It does.
And that does give TNC a bit of an edge again. We're looking at 2-6, 10 minutes in. Just a 1K network lead for TNC, but we are starting to clear out the map a bit. And if you give TNC the space, well, they're going to take a lot more.
Tim's setting up for another. Armel gonna run in with the rupture. FBZ will manage to remain out of vision while the animation for rupture's going on, and will avoid it. Armel quickly clearing up the stacks that Tim's has made, because of course the side of Boom ID did spot it out. A lot of neutral items being dropped. Handy for the side of TNC. Is nice little royal jelly going up to KP now, which really helps him out, especially with that mana regen sustain. Go for the Hood of Defiance now. Tank him up against all this magic damage coming out from Boom. But though you look at Tim's top lane, he's in a very peculiar situation here.
Radiant
I don't believe they spotted him, but Hyde is right next to him. You could probably smell him right now.
Dire's top tower
Tim's
is under attack.
just gonna hide in the tree line and wait. He does have the ultimate available. There's gonna be 4 heroes from the side of Boom ID up here to push out that tier 1 though. Nobody spots out Tim's yet. The whirling axes hit him, and he still hasn't been spotted out. They don't give vision. KP, there's a scatter blast, and they're like, wait, where did that come from? Dreamer, so he goes straight after Tim's. Rolling Thunder is there as well. Looks like this Snapfire is gonna die. Now the global silence. March, he does have his own ultimate, so he does survive. Though Hyde will toss him back, and it looks like he is gonna be a sitting duck as he does go down to Dreamer Cell. I can understand what Tim's was trying to do there, John. He was setting up for the cookie stun, but it looks like it does not pay off. In fact, Armel now mid lane tries to go after the silencer. He doesn't find the kill, and he may die to FBZ here as the shield crash and the purifying flames coming in with the swashbuckle. Armel's so close to dying, though not close enough. He actually jukes out the avalanche. He gets out of there, though no toss. Purifying flames, it will be there, but now Tim's trying to get some kind of punishment out. It looks like he'll be the one that gets punished as FBZ is not done. He has another shield crash. March will save this Snapfire. FBZ will take an arcane rune, he'll say thank you very much, and he'll go home.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bit unfortunate for TNC there, forcing these fights out in pretty awkward spots. Boom finding the openings they need and starting to rake in a couple of kills for themselves. I think the one unfortunate thing so far for Boom is that while these fights break out, Mikoto is not nearby. So he's not getting any of that permanent agi steal, which you want to build up in the silencer still. It is fairly good to have, but it's just not happening just yet for Mikoto. Just gonna focus on farming for now.
I think you mean permanent intelligence, sir.
Yeah.
You accidentally said permanent agi. Rough is
shit.
there from FBZ, and FBZ should be dead here. Although no, false promise, Kescute, he's going to try and protect this Pango TP out. They don't have a stun. Oh, what a play coming out from the Oracle.
That's the one thing with this lineup. We mentioned it from draft. Their control relies on that Snapfire and the OD early on, especially. So when you don't have them around, when you expend one, you have no way of stopping these TPs, and that's going to be a consistent issue for TNC as the fights start to break out.
Well, you've got a Blink Dagger now coming out on Hyde as well, so you have this initiation now from Boom ID. In fact, they might go right now. Hyde is waiting for his Blink on the Courier, and he will grab it in just a second as it is coming. So with this Blink up now on Hyde, always got to be careful those tosses back towards those T1s. Not that the T1s hit that hard anymore for any of the side of TNC, but just the being out of position like that be very scary for TNC, as they might find Armel here on the Bloodseeker. Hyde gonna move himself forward. No wards keeping an eye out on Armel, but they do spot him out, and now the Avalanche comes in with the toss. A lot of damage is there onto Armel with the Rolling Thunder. It does all connect, but can they save him? March is there with the Aphotic Shield. It will save the day for now as chains forward from KP. They rupture up FBZ, but again, there's no stuns, so you can just TP out. And Hyde even gives them the sorry. Thank you for that, Hyde. Very professional of you, sir. Even apologizing for the mistakes that TNC are making.
It's the draft. They just don't have a way of keeping people in place. They need something like a Yule's up. Yeah, no, they need a Yule's up at the very least on KP to mitigate this for now. They need a lot of stuff to stop that from happening. Of course, it's going to be a while until that farm is up and running.
KP is
no. Oh, no.
Timber though, bot lane, a big misplay coming out from TNC it seems, as Armel and March are out of position, and it looks like they will lose Armel, and March is not going to be too safe either. And you were talking about that permanent intelligence, John. It is starting to stack up now for Makoto.
Yeah, 4 stacks of permanent int for him, and he's going to be pretty happy with that. It's a start. Still, you managed to punish that Bloodseeker. You know, pretty aggressive positioning from them, not respecting that Boom. Can really just come back into that jungle. They are pretty close by still.
KP is very out of position right now. Avalanche is going to be there from Hyde. He still has the toss. He wants to toss him back towards his own team. FBZ now as well coming in. Rolling Thunder KP. He's losing a lot of HP here. He's going to try and juke his way out though. Hyde is following. Avalanche is now available to throw out. KP, how far can you push them? Another chains, he's gonna go for the TP. Makoto, do you have a stun? You don't, but it doesn't matter. Hyde setting up another beautiful kill and more intelligence to be given the way of Makoto.
Yeah, he's slowly building up 6 now on this silencer, and as long as they keep getting out this early aggression, keep finding these early pickoffs, while TNC is in a bit of a vulnerable spot with a lack of control, they can definitely start capitalizing in this one for Boom, even if they are a bit behind in terms of map control.
Well, I love how everyone on the side of Boom just tipped FBZ as if Hyde didn't toss anyone in to give vision. FBZ just gets all the credit as the Pangali. Nevertheless, TNC now finding themselves a little bit behind. It's an 8-6 at 16.5 minutes with less than 1k net worth lead to Boom ID. But considering the draft TNC has, you generally don't want to be in this kind of position. Should really be TNC with a pretty decent lead. They've slowed it down a bit. Looks like they're going to just try and force in this bot tier 2 and perhaps just take over the Radiant side jungle.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think that's a fair way to play this one. Just play on one side of the map, try to shut down, try to get as much farm as you can, force the troll to play pretty far forward as a result, and perhaps at some point you can punish Dreamwhistle for having to farm aggressively.
Tribute to my house.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is Boom ID do the exact same thing. They're not really going to be able to get this tier 2 it seems, but they're trying to slowly chip away at it. They must know TNC's making their way up now though, surely. Hyde is going to get spotted by KP. KP will take his outpost back. Tim's, find anybody, sir. not try for it. Just gonna get to farming.
FBZ.
Although FBZ, Rolling Thunder is out now. Avalanche and Toss is there, and it looks like they should be able to find Tim's, though no, apparently not. He just walks out of their march. He'll heal him up as well, and Hyde is dead.
Oh my!
Just way too much hesitation, it seems.
Yeah, you've got to respect the durability that TNC does have, especially when March is around to give that heal, give that shield.
Bot lane, Tim's TP straight down.
Oh god.
On Dreamercell. He has Battle Trance available though. It's not going to be the easiest kill, but then again, Gabby has Sanities available if he wants to drop it. He doesn't yet. There's the Global Silence coming out. Kezcute falls very low, but Makoto's by himself. He's trying to man-fight this, but he's in the middle of all of them. And now they go after the Oracle. KP straight on the front lines, and Kezcute is dead. I think someone has to remind Makoto he's a ranged silencer job. Doesn't need to be in range to hit as a silencer.
I think they were expecting a bit more backup there, but they did have their troll back off immediately. So I think it could have possibly been miscommunication right there. Although, Dreamercell don't want to be too far forward.
Especially considering he went the greedy build, although nice toss back on the Snapfire. Tim should definitely be dead here, and he is. Hyde again, setting up a kill, and they'll smoke immediately now, straight towards their own side. Jungle KP, be a nice target, but they missed the initial swashbuckle. Hyde has the blink though, he can get another toss off. Who does he want? He wants KP but missed the avalanche. He'll go for March instead. March will pop the borrowed time, but he understands he's just gone. He'll just waste as much time as possible. And Hyde, again, setting up a second kill within the last 30 seconds. I'm almost surprised Boom ID hasn't tipped the Pango again. Hyde gonna keep moving forward. KP gonna try and defend this, but he's gonna be surrounded though. Rupture is gonna be there on Hyde this time around. The Tiny can't really do much, though he can avalanche toss. Gabby now gonna join in. The KP is still very, very healthy. He'll move forward up against Dreamercell, who still has his ultimate available. So you've always got to be careful of the sanities drop from Gabby. And it looks like they are gonna find FBZ. If they find any more, it looks like they will find Kezcute to boot. Astral will be there, and he is a sitting duck. With that, 10 to 12, they're looking for even more. Makoto would have been a fantastic target, and Gabby, he's moving very aggressively. He wants the Astral. He does not get it. So instead, he goes back to farming, getting very close to that Hurricane Pike. As the Hurricane Pike is up, things become a lot harder for Boom ID.
Definitely. It's something to really watch out for once that timing's up. Of course, Armel has been farming pretty well in this Bloodseeker as well, all things considered. The lanes are being shoved in. Boom. They're gonna have to try to slow this one down. At the very least, they're getting space for Dreamercell.
It's a shame though, Dreamercell, he went for that Battle Fury build, which does indicate you want to farm a lot. And, well, this is kind of what happens with that kind of build. You can't really fight
Radiant's top tower is under
against a draft like what TNC's got. Zarmel gonna push in that top tier 2. Currently doing it freely. I mean, you've got the Pango and the Tiny there, but they can't really defend this as well as they'd like to.
Radiant's top tower is strong.
Silence is going to be there with FBZ. Now Gabby jumps in. Hyde though with the avalanche. Snapfire ultimate being committed, and oh, looks like this Pango is in big trouble. Kezcute, he's copying a lot of damage too. They'll survive. Barely.
He just stood there? He didn't walk back to the fountain.
What?
So he didn't get enough heals on his false promise. I'm not sure about that one, but...
Fair enough. Honest mistake.
It does show you the color on top of your head, though.
Yes, it does, John. TNC, they're going to go into the Roshan. And, well, without that Pango there, without the Rolling Thunder, it's very hard to contest this Roshan, though they do scan it out. The question is, can they contest it? They're close. They have Global Silence available right now, and they'll smoke up. But the problem is that smoke's going to be broken very fast by March, who's invis on the Abaddon right now. They'll drop the Sentry, but that's not the target they want to start on. The Aegis is taken now by Gabby. There's the cookie straight onto the Oracle. Another great play from Tims. There's the scatter shot, slow him down, and he is dead on the Oracle. As well as that, KP just moves forward, look for more. Won't find anything. It won't matter though, as they're going to find another tier 2 mid tower.
And with that, TNC completely shuts the map out from Boom ID, so you're not going to have too much space to farm up now. DreamOcel's trying to maximize this last moment of freedom he has.
Another Astroloth, John, and they have found the Pango. Scatterblast is there. They won't follow up. They have the Sanity's Eclipse, but I haven't seen them drop it at all yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been dropped yet.
I'm shocked by that, because there's been plenty of kill opportunities that he could have just easily taken. But it seems like he doesn't need it.
It does look that way. I mean, they've still been winning these fights. They managed to clear out the entire map of objectives from Boom ID's side, so no outer towers left. Gonna be much harder to take control of their own jungle even. These fights, although they're forcing him down.
Rules up KP, and now the Silence coming in though. Hyde does toss KP back, but he's a tanky Timbersaw. He doesn't really mind this. As Armel now gonna move forward, and they just heal him up. KP, he's back up to 4 HP, and it's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it's the power of having this Abaddon around you, and having these tanky heroes as well, that it's hard to find that burst opportunity. You're not going to be finding that backline with the way TNC's playing. They're just playing really conservatively with Tims now. He's just standing at the back far enough to reach out to this cookie. But beyond that, really just not giving an opening here for Boom.
Gabby, for an Astro opportunity, so he definitely wants to get aggressive here. TNC may force in a T3 tower now. So they are beginning to push in that creep wave in the mid lane. Don't let the side of Boom ID feel comfortable at all. Now they'll smoke up. There was no ward scouting that out though. KP, his smoke is immediately broken. FBZ knows what's going on. He'll shield crash onto the PZ home. But unfortunately for him, Gabby does find him with the Astral, and that is a very, very dead Pangolier. In fact, there's more. Dreamer Cell gets ruptured up. There's a Snapfire ulti. If you can't run, you're going to have to sit in the fire. In fact, he pops the Battle Trance and he gets the Aegis on the OD, but he's going to get him a second time. He runs through the Rupture and it will eventually expire as KP. Going to move forward. Chakram is there to slow him down with the Silence from Armel. They'll cease to chase TNC. They've lost the Aegis. They could still try and force in a push, but they may just opt to play this safely.
Yeah, I don't reckon they're in a major rush. It's still fairly early in the game. We haven't seen them really play with all their tools up and running yet. The big one will be Gabby's BKB to counteract that silence. I think that's the one thing that's causing issues for TNC. When that global silence comes out, OD is not a hero. He does not contribute at all. So having that purge, having, you know, just magic immunity in general here is going to be very important for TNC to set the pace. And as long as they get that up and running, they should be pretty set.
Coda looks like he's going for a Shadow Blade on the Silencer, so perhaps going into the Silver Edge to deal with KP. Fair enough. I mean, it's not such a bad item.
Oh god, Dreamer Cell?
Lane, Dreamer Cell pops the Battle Trance again. No, but it's not even the Battle Trance, or is it? No, it was on cooldown.
He was caught out.
Fighting with the false promise, and Dreamer Cell still man fighting KP. He's going to try and TP out with the BKB now. Tims could not get a cookie off in time. Armel though, he finds Kescute on the Oracle. And with that, tier 3 tower. There's 2 heroes down. Why the hell not? They don't have buybacks.
Yeah, this is probably a set of racks as well. I don't see this stopping unless the global silence comes back on, and that's going to be half a minute.
Gabby, he finds the Silencer, Avalanche committed but does not connect. And with that, Makoto, he does force up away and uses the Shadow Amulet, but they're going to lose Hyde. Dreamer Cell now, he's going to try and man fight up against his Timber though. KB, he'll get out of there thanks to the fire that's falling out of the sky. And Gabby? What about the Sanities? It's going to cost him perhaps. In fact, no, they'll protect. There's a Silence once again coming out from the Bloodseeker. FBZ, Astral, straight off the bat, so he's going to move his way in. Once again, he has the Oracle behind him. He wants to take a team fight and at least punish the side of TNC. He pops the Battle Trance, there's the Global Silence, but it means nothing. They'll go after KP instead on the Timber. He's still a tanky target. There's the Cookie coming up March. Can he save KP? He cannot. They will find a massive kill. The Armel, they'll chase him down next, but he BKBs, he TPs out. Can they get a root off? They cannot. So Armel would at least make it out. They find a nice kill in the form of KP, but they lose their top racks.
That's a lot to lose out on. Having that one wave constantly shoved in is going to be big for TNC. They already have control of the map. This just makes it harder for Boom to find any opening. They've always got to be aware of that top lane now, and understanding that they can't allow it to shove too far in, otherwise their tier 4s are going to be scratched.
Hyde, gonna go for TP, but Gabby's there with the Astral. No TP for you, sir. Hyde will accept his death. Armel's got a basher up anyway now, so the odds are they won't be able to TP like that any longer.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Another Astral, they found the Oracle. Kescute, yeah, he has to commit the false promise to survive this. He will just back out. By the way, 28.5 minutes in, John. We're still yet to see that Sanities. Well, there's an Astral coming out.
Oh.
We see it now. Rolling Thunder, Gabby just gonna walk away. He's not too scared by this. Here comes Armel looking for the backlines, and well, there's a Snapfire ultimate Kescute. He is dead immediately. Dreamer's Soul gonna continue trying to fight, but they don't have false promise available. Even if they do buy back on that Oracle, Dreamer's Soul now pops the Battle Trance with the BKB. Armel getting stunned up with that Basher. They'll get one massive kill. Can they find more though? KB, he gets bashed up and rooted. Dreamer's Soul, he really wants this, and they'll get the root immediately. I thought that was going to be a bad team fight for Boom, but Dreamer's Soul, he understood what he could get done with this hero. And with that surprise Basher that he just picked up, it does end up paying off.
TNC's got to try to use that Santis Eclipse at some point. I think they need that spell used at this time. I mean, he has a lot of mana on this OD.
Yeah, John. I mean, TI10's what, like 8 months?
You don't want to show off strats related to how to use Santis Eclipse.
No, absolutely
beyond just
not.
pressing R.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Missile. Oh, he chopped the tree.
Z gonna find him. Tim's is actually relatively
Gabby?
tanky, considering.
Gabby?
Yeah,
Gabby?
Gabby's dead.
Gabby, what?
How did that happen, John? Never mind, in fact, Hyde's gone for more. He found March on the Abaddon, and now March. Borrowed time's nice, but it's not going to help you survive this, I don't think, because, yeah, FBZ's there. Avalanche toss. Not even toss, just an avalanche. How did Gabby die, John?
He walked up the hill. He, for some reason, poked the troll, and then just had Mikado right-click him, and he walked away. And it wasn't enough to walk away at this point.
Fair enough.
I mean, he should have gotten that early BKB. Really, it's pertinent when you're playing against the Silencer as the OD. That's the one thing you need early.
Now they're going for tier 3s, that mid lane going to be pushed in. Armel going to be there to defend with KP. They do have buybacks available on the OD and the Abaddon, so I don't think they'll go any further here for the side of Boom. They'll come back, they'll defend their own base, which is being pushed in thanks to those super creeps. Well, TNC going to try and punish now as Hyde has the blink, does toss before he uses it. Still, the chain's in from KP. They really want to find something out of nothing. Well, there's the Yules. They'll find the Tiny at the very least. Hyde understands he's just dead here, and he'll accept it.
The harder they fall.
I dare say, Boom probably doesn't mind that too much.
No, definitely not. Just a 1k lead for them, less than 1k lead. Still TNC trying to find a bit more with that one pick off. But Boom knows better. They're playing safe, sticking near their base. No Roche as well. That's going to be in about less than a minute. We'll see whether or not TNC has the patience to wait out for that objective instead. Not much else to clear on the map, really. All tier 2's gone. Top rack's gone. They can't find anything besides kills.
attempt here. Dreamer still going to move forward onto KP. Does get the immediate root, and now the Rolling Thunder. They'll rupture up one. It's going to be Makoto, it looks like, but he just wants to stand fight. He doesn't mind, and yeah, they'll get RML straight off the bat, and now KP, he's gone. Dreamer still just manning up against everyone. He does not give a crap. They almost found more. Tim's barely gets away with the cookie TP on the cliff. This Troll Warlord though, John, he literally does not care. He'll just run at you. And in fact, TNC, they don't have buybacks on the Bloodseeker or the Timber.
It's a huge opening for Boom if they choose to force the issue, and they are. They're pushing down that mid lane once more. They might find Tims.
Yeah, they found him. Avalanche Toss and the Abyssal was there, though. He does force up and does have a cookie. He needs to get to that high ground, and he barely makes it out.
Regeneration.
Very well played by Tims once again. Bot lane, FBZ, playing around.
Oh.
Indeed, gives him the tip.
Oh my god.
TPs, and Gabby, not going to be happy. He actually popped the sanities for that, by the way. And it did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
That was the first sanities of the game, John. Does not end up in a kill. And it was 1v1 up against the Pango.
That is underwhelming for our OD. Gabby not going to be very pleased about that. That little exchange as well at the tree line. I mean, that was a bit of a back and forth. Force staff in right as the blink went off, so he didn't even see him. And that does allow Boom to go for this rush as well. So you got to deal with potentially 3-4 lives on Dreamocell. The Aegis, his Trance, False Promise, and Cheese.
Sounds fairly balanced to me. Sounds fair. TNC now, smoking up. This is definitely the time to try and team fight, especially considering they have the Aegis and a double damage on Dreamocell. If TNC loses team fight right now, or if they fight, they are completely screwed. As they saw KP, Avalanche is going to connect, it'll cancel the chains, but Forstaff is there to save the day. Boom, they will not try to force anything too quickly. Their top lane once again is being pushed in. They'll have to go back and defend that. But at the same time, this just keeps buying more time for the Troll, for the Silencer to get really online and become unstoppable. And at this rate, I can't imagine it not happening. Like, it just seems like TNC will not be able to push high ground again.
TNC has so much catching up to do right now. Like, Gabby's not nearly kitted out to take these fights anymore. You're losing out on the potency that KP has with his natural durability. It's just not showing up anymore. We're at 35 minutes in. This is usually when a Thermosol does naturally just taper off without itemization anyway. So the utility you're getting from this lineup is diminishing, and TNC still hasn't managed to find a way to get their own farm up. Armel's the most farm they have on their side so far, and it's a long shot away from what Dreamocell has. Dreamocell's about 5k ahead.
But you saw Armel, right? In that last team fight, like, he ran in and just died instantly.
He doesn't have... He can't man-fight against the Troll. That's supposed to be the OD's job with the right items. The issue is Gabby does not have the right items. He's been flicking back and forth between the BKB queued up. He's been flicking back and forth between that and the Hex. And it looks like he is going to prioritize that BKB now. But even then, I think at this point, the BKB might not be enough with the damage that the Troll does. Sure, you're not going to be bothered by the silence, but Troll doesn't care.
Certainly doesn't. There's a smoke coming out from Boom. They need to make something happen with this Aegis. Not necessarily need, but they definitely want to. And Tim's, or rather KP, would be a great target, though. Hyde blinks the wrong way. That's a little mistake coming out from Hyde that we haven't seen throughout the series yet, and it does cost him a pretty big kill.
Damn, it's a missed opportunity, but I wouldn't say it's too bad. Again, Boom is enjoying a bit of a respite. Sure, they're down 1 Rax, though. That's the one thing that's keeping Boom in heavy check. We saw that come into play last time. They couldn't really go for anything because their own base was being shoved in. So TNC does have that going for themselves, that every time Boom ID will try to force something out, as long as the top lane's shoved in, they can't get too far.
KP, or rather TNC, understand this. They are just continuously making sure this top lane is not going out, going straight back into that Boom ID base. Just forcing to stay in that base, or rather stay close, while TNC catch up on farm. Mel desperately trying to get that that Abyssal Blade up so he can actually just try and disable this troll and stop the battle transfer being too effective. Maybe even just jump the backlines though. FBZ, he's going to find Tims on the snap. They have assigned the Vice on Makoto, which means Tims is 100% dead. That's going to be a bit more intelligence going to the Silencer. Meanwhile, bot lane, Dreamer Cell, once again, just rushing towards the base of the Dire. He's just going to go for a tier 3. So Gabby will be there with the Astral.
He still has the Aegis up, he still has his Cheese up, he still has Trance up. And if his Oracle's in the area, he has his False Promise. How do you kill the troll at this point in the game?
Avalanche toss high. He's going to be there to set up. Dreamer Soul, he's just going for the tier 3. He does not care about anything else. He pops Satanic and farms the creep wave a bit. Full HP once again. With that Satanic on cooldown, do you keep going? I mean, the Aegis is still there like you said, so why the hell not? Another silence. He does. This will jump in on the OD, and well, with the Battle Trans BKB, it's going to be a lot of damage on Gabby. He gets stunned up. He's trying to run away. March will take the damage for his teammate. Borrow Time will pop, and Dreamer Cell now probably doesn't want to go too much longer. There's those Mortimer's Kisses coming out again, though it's cancelled off immediately, though no, it is not. It was still going, but Hyde does eventually cancel it off. Dreamer Cell, though, he found March on the Abaddon. Looks like Makoto did end up going down to Armel on the Bloodseeker, so a massive pickup from TNC. They may just find another in the form of Hyde, and it looks like they will. In fact, now they want to keep trying to team fight the Dreamer Cell. He's not too afraid right now. He did lose his Aegis though, and he wants to fight with the Cheese. He jumps in straight onto the OD. He wants that OD gone, and Gabby, he will Astral just in the nick of time. FBZ just rolling around trying to find that stun. They will find the OD kill. No buyback available on Gabby now. Can they find KP? It looks like they just may be able to, because they forced off him more forward, and they will find the kill. Now Tims, he gets tossed in as well by Hyde once again, and it will actually be Kescue who finds the triple on the Oracle, of all things.
Oh boy, but it's a rough time.
Two heroes have no buybacks. KP will have to buy back straight away. In fact, there are no buybacks left for TNC.
That's not where you want to be right now. You need that OD to be up and running. That's really your answer here. Even if it hasn't been working out, but he did buy that BKB out so earlier on, so no option for that here, and this is just going to be Rax.
KP gets tossed back again. He'll chains forward. They do get one Rax. Do they go for more though? You've still got another 30 seconds without the OD. You've also got Battle Trance available again. Dreamer Soul, he knows this. He's going to go for a bit more. How do you stop it?
Without that OD, you don't really stop it. You just try to mitigate your losses right now. TNC, they're playing it safe. They're trying to slow this down just a bit more.
Yules, Heaven's Halberd, just buying time. OD's up. Dreamer Soul can't finish off the racks, and now they want to punish Armel. Moving forward with a double damage rune. They won't find anybody though. They'll just leave them be. Kescue gives the call to the team, get the hell back. Well, that evens out the map. One Rax for one Rax. Of course, Boom ID, they do have the extra tier 3 talent that they got, which is very nice for them. Not to mention a 12k net worth lead for themselves, so they are sitting very happy.
Definitely. This is almost reminiscent of Game 1, except TNC is struggling just a bit more here. It's still even on the kill board. The advantage for Boom is pretty similar to Game 1, almost. Their execution's much cleaner, though, and they find Armel here.
Armel. Abyssal Blade will be there, and Astral comes out. They have assigned the Vice. The OD could be in trouble. Hyde, he's going for more. He tosses him back again, and with that, this Bloodseeker, he's still surviving somehow, but the Dreamer Cell will not leave him be. He does go down, though. He does have buyback this time around. KP runs the hell out of there, but Hyde once again with the toss. Tiny Airlines just eat your heart out. FBZ moving forward straight onto that Snapfire, and with that side device, there's not much he can do. Tims, he has a cookie, but what does a cookie do when you're surrounded by 3 heroes? It does nothing. In fact, they found the OD once again. But
oh god,
Troll
Armel
doesn't care for the OD. He wants that Bloodseeker. Armel gets stunned up. That's a dieback on the PS, and that is GG. TNC will lose game number 2. That'll mean a 1-1 for either side of these teams as we forced to a game number 3.
I'm looking forward to watch that one. Boom ID, they fixed the issues I had from game 1, Mike. They closed out the game. They understood they had the advantage. They didn't play around. They went for the objectives. They went for the aggressive play in a clean manner. And they just forced TNC out. TNC, they were forced to make some big...
Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 between Boom ID and TNC Predator, and of course it is for minor qualifier spot. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, surprisingly, we've ended up in a 1-to-1. I've got to admit, I was not expecting this, but Boom ID, they've been putting on a real great performance today, almost 2-0ing TNC in fact, had that game 1 not turned out the way it did. However, as we saw Boom ID just demolish TNC almost in the later stages of the game in Game 2, I need to ask you, sir, for all the TNC fans out there, what do TNC need to change in this Game 3 to try and pull off this victory?
I think a big part of game number 2 was a draft issue. They did not have the control early on to maintain that aggression they were pumping out. They were making deep journeys into the enemy jungle, trying to find pickoffs. They couldn't find the kills because they could just TP out. They had no control once that cookie stun was used up, and if Gabby wasn't there with the OD, they just had no way of stopping that TP out. So it's something TNC can correct in their draft. Otherwise, I think they played that pretty well. They couldn't really shut down the troll, and Gabby couldn't quite hit the timing he needed on the OD to turn that around. They were also playing OD into Silencer, which is rough before the BKB, and Gabby's BKB timing was just a bit off. So if they manage to tune out that draft issue, find a way to be aggressive and really secure those kills to start to snowball, I think it would be easier for them to get what they want from the game.
I certainly agree with you. Of course, we did have some awkward moments, and I don't mean to pick on any players, John, but we talked about the Sanity's Eclipse. Now, I feel like that was dropped once in the whole game, maybe twice.
Team pick.
Not the greatest of usages. It was definitely held out a lot. Now, it wasn't the easiest game in the world to throw it out. You were up against an Oracle and a Troll. It's very hard to find those kills, but regardless, you're up against an Oracle again, so the same problem is going to be there. That being said, though, interestingly enough, Boom ID seemed to want Tims to play the Snapfire, because if he does, he's kind of limited. Because the hero does only have one stun that's not really that effective.
It's only got one stun. It's not the most mobile hero in the world, beyond just the cookie, of course. And it really just does damage. You do finally see the Void Spirit coming out here for TNC. So we'll see whether or not they manage to maximize that hero. It's been popping out here and there. The win rate has not been amazing. But if there's any team that could probably pull it off, it should be TNC in a Game 3. A lot's on the line here. They don't want to have to slog through that lower bracket, of course. So they are probably just pulling something that they're confident in and kind of maybe practiced in the background a bit. You have that Enchantress as well, which is pretty darn annoying to lane against. So we'll see just how far TNC can push the effectiveness of that hero out here. Of course, Boom ID, they've already got the Oracle, followed up with a Monkey King, why not? It's a very clean follow-up. You can keep that Monkey alive for a lot longer, keep that Wukong's command up and running. You can have some nice initiations with the jump in and the root coming out from the Oracle as well.
But can we just talk about the Enchantress for a second, John? I mean, this support Enchantress being picked up, it is so impossible to lane against, because at level 1 you just get impetus, and suddenly on top of your normal base attack you're doing plus 60 plus 70 pure damage.
It's ridiculous.
It's kind of, you know, it's pure damage at level 1?
It's
That
ridiculous. Most supports can't trade right clicks in that case. I think one thing you will have to watch out for is perhaps the Oracle in this case. Going for a very early disarm instead could be annoying. Granted, that's really not a favorable trade in terms of mana pool. Like the Oracle will burn out faster than the Enchantress would in that case. But that is still something you can do to mitigate that output still. Enchantress can just gain a couple of levels, dip into the jungle, come out with a couple of creeps and really force a lane out that way. And the possibilities with this hero early on are endless. And you know, once you hit your 6, once you have that attack speed slow, it's much harder to burst you down without the spells. And so far, BoomID does not really have any spell bursty heroes. The Monkey King could with his crit strike, I guess. Committing that just for an Enchantress is a bit rough though.
It certainly is. Of course, secondary ban phase, Clock will be banned out by BoomID. Fair enough. Clock's one of those heroes, John. We talked about it before this series started. It seems to be a very, very powerful position 4 right now, but we haven't seen as many teams pick it up. This time around though, BoomID, they don't want to risk anything. They will ban it out. I can't quite blame them as well. With that Clock, you jump the back lines, you get rid of that Oracle with your battery assault, or at least force out that false promise. Suddenly BoomID's team fight would have been a lot weaker. But luckily for them, that will not be the case this game.
Yeah, and I like that PL ban out as well. And the Monkey King is okay against PL, I mean, early on, but as it escalates, of course, PL just kind of takes over. You don't nearly have enough durability to stand up to all those illusions, and your damage may be good when you use your, again, your big stick whomping to clear out the illusions, but you can only rely on that for so long. So clearing out that PL, smart move from BoomID. Should set them up quite nicely with whatever the Monkey King has to face off here. You've got a bit of flexibility where to lane that Monkey King as well. You can go down mid if you want.
Sorry to interrupt, John. Husker hasn't been banned.
Oh, yeah.
They have an Oracle.
That should be straightforward.
Husker up against Void Spirit. I don't think that's a bad matchup for Husker.
No, it's not too shabby at all. I reckon the Husker is just... It's good to have in any case, even if the matchup's not going to be amazing. You have that Oracle, you want to maximize a hero like that. Possibility for BoomID. I'm actually surprised TNC doesn't ban it out. Perhaps they don't figure BoomID would go for that pick anyway? Like, maybe they don't expect it to come out at all.
I mean, look, they've got the Shadow Demon there to disrupt, so you can't get the life break off as many times as you'd like, but... It's going to be times when the Shadow Demon is not going to be around, even in the laning stage. You've played against the Husker, John. It is hell.
Oh, yeah.
Nevertheless, BoomID, they'll pick up the Rubik for now, not revealing any cards, just keeping them close to their chest. I don't mind the Rubik pickup. Of course, you want to try and steal that disruption. The Shadow Demon does... Oh, the Morphling into the Rubik. Okay.
Okay.
So now we have Morphling, TNC Predator. Rubik is there, so naturally Rubik does enjoy somewhat going up against the Morphling. Interesting to say the least. I'm not really sure what TNC's up to here with this draft.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess they're falling back to what they're comfy with. Of course, TNC is the team that likes to run this Morphling. Despite all the nerfs it's received, they like falling back to the Morphling Shaker. Unfortunately, the Shaker was banned early on, so they're not going to have that combination here. But it's a hero they're comfy with. It's a hero they know how far to push, and I don't blame them for going back to something a bit more comfy, a bit more reliable for them in this case. BoomID, with their draft, it's going to be interesting how they respond. I mean, the Morphling is still fairly potent if you're not careful. They go with a Centaur, so I like that pick. It allows them, again, to engage, disengage quite nicely. TNC's team fight is not looking as strong right now as BoomID's, just off the back of that Centaur and the Monkey King. It's going to be a lot more potent once BoomID tosses all their bodies in. They're going to have a lot of wide control here. So we'll see just how far TNC can kind of push this draft off. They've got great single target control, and I suppose you have the Morphling to turn into whatever you need him to be, the Monkey King, the Rubik, or the Centaur, even the Oracle, for added control in these fights and just to act as a nuisance. But overall, BoomID is shaping up quite nicely for that aggression they've been consistently pumping out in the series.
Well, one ban for either side left. Once again, BoomID has not shown their hand in terms of that mid lane. Snapfire has gone unbanned and unpicked, which is extremely surprising.
Radiant team back.
Neither side wanting to play with the Snapfire. In fact, both sides did lose with the Snapfire, to be fair. So it's a game-losing hero, apparently, as TNC Predator. They'll get rid of the Storm. It is a free Storm game had it been available, but I will repeat, there's still a Husker here. Now, it doesn't do quite as well up against the Morphling, to be fair.
10
But it's still a
seconds
Husker. It could just take over the game before your Morphling's even online.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's still a scary prospect for the draft here. Whether or not Boom ID picks it up is another question. It looks like a free pick, right? You've got the Oracle. We're going into last pick, not banned out yet. Really eating into that reserve time, though.
Perhaps the thing is, though, with TNC Predator, I mean, you look at those heroes, they got the Void Spirit, they got the Morph. If Lifebreak was committed on either of those two, they could just make their way back very quickly using their own abilities. And suddenly you'd have a Husker very out of position. So it's maybe TNC Predator's kind of baiting out the pick.
That's possible. It is still kind of rough as a Husker as well, especially if the Enchantress comes out onto your lane. Okay, they go with the Ember Spirit in the end. So you've got this great team fight, great mobility from Boom ID. They've got a great way of just jumping in, taking these fights. Monkey King, the Centaur, the Ember, just gap closing quite fast. And I think this lineup's really tied up. It's not the most outrageous draft we've seen from Boom ID, but it's well stitched together, and it really gives me the idea that their mindset going into game 3 is just to play a consistent game, play aggressive early on, play it cleanly. And again, that was my biggest issue with Boom throughout, not just in this series, but really every single time we cover Boom ID. Their main issue has been that consistency. This is the most consistent I've seen them carry a game out in a while. And if they can close out this game 3, that's just a step closer towards DPC for these guys.
I mean, look, looking at Boom ID's draft, to say the least, John, Ember Spirit, no lockdown for him. No real lockdown for the Monkey King. You could morph into the Centaur, steal Hoof Stomp or Lift, I guess, from the Rubik, but you talked about Boom ID's consistency. Like you said, today they've been fairly consistent. Draft's looking good. TNC, they'll go for the Pango. They know they needed that team fight, so that's fair enough. You'll give KP that offlane Pango. Is it enough up against this kind of draft? Because it's such a mobile draft from Boom ID. I just don't know if they have enough lockdown.
It's going to be tricky. They do have the tools to turn it their way. The execution is much harder. I'd say it's easier to pull off Boom's draft than it is for TNC to pull off their draft in this case, especially if you hit those timings on Boom ID. They just need to hit 6 and perhaps a blink on their Centaur. That's really it to start forcing something out. It's not going to be as rough. TNC, they're going to have to really think about who they commit their control towards and how they initiate these fights. They don't have a real clear-cut initiator besides KP's Pangolier to roll in, but you don't have someone that's truly frontline and tanky straight up. The Pangolier is, but it requires either a big shield crash or a fair bit of farm to really get yourself going there.
Fair point. Should be an interesting game nonetheless. I mean, both drafts look perfectly fine, don't get me wrong. It's more about how they play it out, and like you said, if Boom ID, if they can get a good start going for themselves, it looks really good for them. If TNC are able to buy Gabby time in that Morphling though, it is still a Morphling at the end of the day, and it is still very painful to try and play against. And of course, we can't forget about Armel and the Void Spirit. Can't underestimate these new heroes. I mean, they could really run amok this game if given the chance. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm just happy to see some good Dota.
Oh yeah, it's been a wild series, right? Like, game 1 was just something else to watch. Game 2 was, I want to say, nearly the same tempo as game 1, but Boom ID just closed it out. And if they can do that again, if they can run around TNC as they did in game 1, they hit their own timings well, and exploit the weaknesses in TNC's draft. Again, that brings them one step closer towards that DPC miner. And that's something they really want. Of course, Boom ID's been hungry for a long time.
They're definitely hungry.
I mean, it's lunchtime as well. So they're actually literally hungry.
Prepare for battle.
I'm literally starving right now, though, John. I've got a comment on this this Ember Spirit, John. He's holding a nunchuck and a divine rapier at the same time. Don't know if I like that. And I didn't realize that was possible, to be honest with you. I thought you had to have one or the other, but
No. They're separate weapons. They're separate weapons. So
Okay.
you can't have this interesting look for
can
Dream
you
Assault.
use a nunchuck as well as a sword in real life, John? Is that...
I mean, nothing's stopping you. Whether or not you're effective is a different question, but you could. Technically, yes, Mike, you could.
Fair enough. We'll see. If Dream Assault loses this game, we know what the problem was. Talk about it later, Dream Assault. We'll sort out. I'll buy you the other nunchuck or the other divine rapier, whichever one you want.
This
You have a pause coming out. Cursor bug. Even the curse is confused now, John.
Oh, man. We haven't had a pause in a while as well. You know, that's one thing. The internet has been holding up for everyone, so that's good.
Always
Very good
sign.
indeed.
Of course, there was that unfortunate incident, excuse me, I believe in the major qualifiers.
Yeah. It's
We won't
just,
talk about that because we'll get a bit upset.
you know me.
You will.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it sometimes, being upset. You know, it lets out some tension, Mike. Gives you some good tension release.
You must love
Sprung
when
up.
the internet drops out every
I love
second
it.
day.
Oh, I love it, Mike. You know me. You've heard me when it drops out. Love it.
Well, actually, I haven't because
Because I made the cut.
There's no way to talk to you when it drops out.
At the very least, you know, I take cursor bug over internet issues. So, Dream Assault,
useless here.
you're good. He's back.
Distortion
He gives a sorry.
in the void.
Professional. Myself.
Look at that clump up top. TNC. 4-manning.
30 seconds.
Pumped
to
up.
battle.
They want that disruption. It could be a very easy first blood on FBZ, but they're not in range. Tim's, oh, he misses the fog, cancelling the animation. He's still going for it. Could he find perhaps the Rubik? He's not in range. He's getting close though, and he will not throw it out. He'll just right click. Fair enough.
It's going to be 2-2 runes, as we have seen the past few times.
The battle
So both teams just
begins.
trading evenly. Still, that forward posturing from TNC. Really trying to find something to exploit there.
I think that's the name of the game here for TNC, right? Like if they could just get a good early start, shut down this draft of Boom ID early to mid, it's going to be very hard for Boom to contest.
Definitely. They just need to maximize these strong laning picks. I think having Tims and March in one lane for a bit, just to completely shut it out, is the way to go, and that is what they're looking to do here. March still hasn't leveled anything up. Should see the Impetus sometime soon.
Where are you going?
No, it actually goes for the enchant.
Fair enough, I can't say I agree with that, but the thing is though, he can just rotate into the jungle and steal a creep now, and I suppose you could argue that's even more effective in some sense, especially considering they are running a tri-lane with the Shadow Demon, so if you get lucky with the Centaur, then you essentially have a secondary stun.
Yeah, it's really potent in that case as well. At the very least, if this lane is going to be shut out as well, like TNC falls behind, you can also just farm in the jungle very early on. And just have the big creep tank it up. So that is something that TNC is considering. They're trying to cover all their bases here
There's a Centaur,
so far.
finds one.
There you go.
Doesn't have much time, to be fair. Only about, what is it, 30 seconds? Yep, 30 seconds at level 1. You'd assume they'd go for hide because it's the much easier kill, but they needed the disruption setup, I believe. Though Kescute is there on the Oracle. Well, Kim's has already TP'd down bot, so this trial lane's over for TNC. With that, Dream Assault gonna struggle a bit on his own. They're gonna force the dual lane out from the side of Boom ID, it seems, by doing this. Boom so far have not reacted though. They have not TP'd down to help out the Ember. They're just gonna leave him be.
It's an interesting choice from Boom. These supports they have do need EXP to be online, so splitting it up in a tri-lane like this is going to hurt. Particularly Kescute. I don't think he's going to be escalating as fast, although they TP him out.
Disruption is there again. Kescute realizing he needs to come down as Dream Assault. I mean, he literally just salved up and he's back to the point where he was anyway. So Kescute's going to be there to help from now on. So we do go immediately to dual lanes. Because we haven't really talked about the mid lane yet, but it is Armel versus Makoto on the Monkey King. And this is a much harder matchup for the Void Spirit, as that Jingu Mastery makes it very, very hard to get in close to get those last hits.
Definitely, and there's a bit of a range advantage as well for Mikoto, so he can just apply that pressure just a bit easier.
Fair, isn't it? The staffs are pretty much the same size, but Armel can't reach as far apparently. Although Tims will come in, disruption. There's the hold, I suppose you'd call it. Remnant, excuse me. Boundless Strike does hurt though.
It's harder for Armel to trade as well, like the mana cost of his spells and the mana pool he has doesn't really give him too much leeway to play aggressive here.
He's finding a nice little courier pickup up at the top lane. That was Hides, and he's going to find another one. Tims. They never expect the second time. He'll find another straight towards the Tims. See you guys later. The mid lane, Armel does go down to Mikoto, and immediately, well, it's a tip towards Mikoto, which is fair enough, but I suppose that's the Monkey King versus Void Spirit matchup, right? It's very hard for the Void.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how Armel plays catch-up here in that jungle, perhaps. It's going to be a bit rough. I don't think he's the fastest farmer in the jungle. It's not too bad. He has some mobility as well, but not the position you really want to be in with this hero.
In terms of last hits, he's behind by about 13 now. To mention that first blood he just gave away. Kodo, with the XP advantage, is a full level ahead, so he can just do this. He has Boundless Strike up, so Armel cannot risk anything. Get the shield off. Oh, Boundless Strike misses, but he at least gets the creeps, I guess. While Tim's falling very low up that top lane, FBZ was chasing him down, but wasn't able to find the kill secure. So things will carry on. At the very least, FBZ has been able to somewhat shut down Gabby in the top lane, in the sense that he has gotten quite a few denies off on this Centaur, but Gabby more than likely will be able to catch up. It's not like they can really kill him.
Definitely not. Not at this point. The biggest issue for TNC now is that their supports are again stuck in this weird tri-lane up top. So they're gonna have to split that EXP up. And it looks like Tims will be caught in the short end of the stick, walking around trying to find stacks, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. Tims is kind of used to, you know, getting the short end of the stick. He just kind of makes it work no matter what. Here's cute. Smoke dump, gonna steal a nice little bounty rune for himself. Armel would have loved it for himself, but unfortunately for him, he's gonna have to walk away with only one charge in his bottle. Kescute is not going to make it easy for him. He'll place a nice deep observer ward down behind that T1 tower, and that does pretty much indicate that Boom is planning to be very aggressive towards that mid lane.
I like seeing that from Boom ID. They understand their timings in this case. Sure, it's been a pretty slow early game in terms of kills, but the farm is being secured by Boom ID so far. All of their cores are having a bit of a better time overall, especially that mid lane, of course, which we talked about, and their supports are getting a bit more EXP as well. So they're escalating quite nicely into that mid game.
And make a rotation, Kescute is there, but Armel does have wards to spot him out. Pretty nice ward actually. You wouldn't expect it to be in that location, so it doesn't get D-ward early on. Hyde now, gonna say hello to March. March will say hello back. Kodo, still basically free farming in the mid lane. In fact, they're gonna try and make maybe a bit of a jump here. March will throw the Centaur in, but it's spotted very easily. But here comes Tims. He needs a disruption on Hyde and he'll get it. This should be a very easy grouping kill. And well, with the remnant there as well, Hyde surely doesn't get out and doesn't, though Mikoto is going to try and punish for this. He'll move forward onto Tims. He has Boundless Strike if he wants to, and Tims, he may not even need it. Mikoto, one more right click will do the job, and he does get it. In fact, he may turn onto March now, or just Armel. Never mind, remnant comes out, Jingu Mastery is over. They get the stop off as well. Mikoto needs to get the hell out of here. Armel wants to chase Mischief. It will not dodge anything, but Mikoto is still running. Fairy Fire! It won't be enough. Armel does find the kill. And that is pretty massive for Armel, considering how far behind he was. It's going to be a fair bit of golden XP going to the way of this Void Spirit.
It really is, and that was a bit of a greedy play from Boom ID. Just holding out too long in that Boundless Strike. They might find more here, TNC.
Yeah, Tims just finds the disruption and Armel gets in there. Tims will take the kill for himself this time around, but what does it matter? Armel, he just needs XP right now. He's getting all of it. They're going to jump in again. Makoto, this is very risky. He'll go after March. Remnant will be there. He cannot mischief dodge that. And there's a stop from March. Boundless Strike is perfectly placed from Makoto, but it's not enough damage without the Boundless Strike active. Excuse me, Jingu Mastery active. You could almost sense a little bit of frustration there from Makoto jumping back into that mid lane.
Definitely. He held out just a bit too long, that Boundless Strike. Long enough that his Jingu expired, so he couldn't really trade afterwards. And Armel, from a rough lane start, I'd say is pretty close to even now. He's not doing too bad for himself, gonna be happy with those kills. Mikoto is still definitely ahead, but now, at the very least, TNC doesn't need to worry about their Void Spear too much.
Gabby gets stunned up. Won't be bothering him though, as Disruption will come in onto Hyde. Stampede immediately, but they have the net from March's neutral creep, and with that, Hyde is a sitting duck. They'll chase Tims though, FBZ. In fact, Hyde will be able to get away. Kescute, he'll find Tims. Gabby now just wanting to get himself out of there safely, and he does do so. They didn't actually manage to find Hyde on the Rubik. They switched their attention over to FBZ to try and protect Tims. It does not work out in their favor.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. I mean, it's not the worst trade in the world, just losing your Shadow Demon, at the very least, is not too bad. And FBZ will get a bit of a push going on this town.
Straight onto Gabby, he does wait for March. He was there to spot that out. And now they'll turn around to Hyde again. They're feeling very confident, but it's 4v2 right now. More heroes to TP in though. KP, he'll Rolling Thunder. Straight after that, Oracle and Armel will be able to take Kescute out, and now they found Hyde as well. So both supports go down. The rest of Boom ID just TP the hell out of there. And it looked like it was going to be pretty bad for TNC, but just great rotations coming out from KB, coming out from Tims, does make it so Gabby survives and keeps farming up.
That's really one of the key things TNC has to do anyway. They have to keep Gabby alive. They have to ensure this Morphling has a good time. And so far, Gabby's not been doing too bad, all things considered. #1 on last hits for his team at the very least. He is trailing just behind that Monkey King in terms of net worth, and considering how good a start Mikoto has had, it's not too bad. So TNC definitely keeping themselves in, not lagging behind too bad. I'd say the timings on this Morphling are gonna be okay as long as they maintain this sort of pace. Boom ID, they are feeling frustrated. We need to find these core kills.
They're gonna try Mikoto. Jumping in the tree line again, going towards that top lane. Jump in, Primal Spring, won't connect on KP, he'll just swashbuckle out. You know, Mikoto, he's not trying for this kind of farmy Monkey King build. He is just trying to roam around and find these kills. He hasn't found any quite yet. But I say that, he does have 2 kills, but I'm saying since he's been roaming, he hasn't found anything. But KP, actually a nice chop of the tree, does get the stun off onto Mikoto there. He'll just tree jump away again. Armel now going to be here. They'll go after FBZ. There's the disruption coming out with the Remnant setup, though you still have this Monkey King to help FBZ. He's a very tanky boy. They're going to stampede in straight after Tims on that Shadow Demon. They'll get the hoop stop off of Mikoto. He doesn't want to pirate this. The Rolling Thunder. They'll find Tims straight off the bat, but can they get Mikoto out of there? It looks like they may not be able to if the chains come in. Dreamer's Sword. Now they'll go after KP instead. So they'll make it a 2-for-0 trade so far for Boom ID. Now March is a sitting duck. He's trying to run away, but they should have enough damage. March is still tanking all this damage coming in from Boom ID.
Oh my god.
And well, eventually they'll get it. Hyde will pick it up on the Rubik. But still a fantastic team fight coming out from Boom.
Definitely was a bit of an extended fight at that, but they still find a couple of big kills there. Would have really wanted to see a lot more go down. Of course, I think they really want Armel's head. In fact, he comes back in.
Certainly does. Be able to walk out of there, okay. Of course, while all that was happening, John, Gabby's still free farming bot lane, and he's kept up in net worth. He's about to take over this Monkey King, in fact. He's going straight for that Ethereal Blade, and once he's got that up, the supports of Boom ID are going to just explode. So it seems like TNC are taking solace in the fact that Gabby is just farming.
Yeah, it's okay for TNC. Again, they understand what they need to get done as well. Just protect Gabby, buy him space. Hopefully the Morphling will be big enough that they can just fall back to him. It's a hero they've played around for a very long time, so they know its timings, what to expect. And I think going 7-5 with only a 1k deficit for TNC, they're not doing too bad. They're still finding space in the map. They're still finding farm. In fact, beyond that Monkey King, their own cores are pretty much matched up quite nicely with the opposing cores. So they're keeping up in farm. Distribution's good. They just need to hold out until the moment when Gabby's confident enough to take these fights.
Take their outpost back. Armel now starting to get closer and closer to that Yules that he desperately needs on that Void Spirit. Gabby still going for that Ethereal, just rushing the Eagle Song rather than going for the Ghost Scepter. Look over to this Monkey King Makoto. His farm is slowed down a hell of a lot. I mean, he's still top of the net worth board. He's going to have that Diffusal Blade soon, but it kind of makes you question, is he having enough impact yet?
I think it's slowed down a bit too much. Then again, these fights have been a bit scrappy. If they find this kill on Makoto right now,
they could. Remnant does not connect though. Makoto still Armel with a double damage. Very scary hero to try and go up against, so they'll just back out of there safely. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell is still farming the top lane, pushing it out.
Come get healed.
Getting very close to his Maelstrom, and once that Maelstrom's up on the Ember, he does have a little spike in power.
Radiant's bottom tower
Rather
is
a
under
massive
attack.
spike in power. Both teams seem pretty okay with just continuing to farm up.
Radiant are scared.
oh,
Hyde, gonna get caught out at the bot lane. Gabby rushing move into the Rubik for the lift. Still though, Gabby might be in a bit of trouble here with this Wukong's command. He's falling very low and he's out of mana. There's no way out of this, Gabby. He does go down. And some very quick rotations coming up from Boomai though. Tim disruption in the tree line. Makoto won't mind though. He just jumps out with his new Diffusal, and Tims has no way out of this situation. Boundless is there if he needs it, but he does not. Makoto will clean up the Shadow Demon though mid lane. The T1 has started being taken. Dreamer Cell he could not save, but he wants to take a team fight. KP falls very low very quickly and does go down. So it's going to be a 3-for-0 trade, and maybe it may even be for his March. Does get Primal Springed up. Makoto does need a bit of help here. Or maybe he doesn't. Once the Boundless Strike's available, he may just, you know, kill him. In fact, Dreamer Cell will take it for himself.
fair enough. And again, you are seeing Boom ID identify the targets they want. They make a good bait down bot to grab Gabby out. They rotate down mid right after to find those kills as well. They lose their tier 1, which is a fair bit of control going the way of TNC, but they should be able to find a tier 1 in return as well.
Looks like they will.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I like seeing this itemization being queued up on Mikato. He's going for that early BKB, and it shows that Boom ID does understand. They want to hit that early timer. They don't want to wait out. They don't want to give Gabby that opportunity to be massive. So just having that way for the Monkey King to be right in the middle of this fight without worrying too much, gonna be a massive help for Boom ID.
Absolutely. Still, Boom just looking fantastic. KP, I mean, I thought he was doing better in the lane, I'll be honest, John, but it looks like he's struggling in terms of net worth a bit. He's a very squishy Pango at the moment. He has the treads and the Vladimirs. That Boom, we'll see if they continue this aggression up, as it looks like Makoto just wants to secure that BKB beforehand. This is going to give Gabby time to finish the shotgun, though.
Honestly, the shotgun is a strange prospect. On one hand, of course, it's a lot of damage. On the other hand, you've got pretty much a way of stopping it. You know, you've got the edict to stop the magic damage coming out from that. So you do have a way of mitigating the damage from that shotgun.
It's true. I can't say the same about the supports though. They're kind of screwed. Look at that Oracle. If you could just burst him down before he gets the edict off. That is a pretty darn nice way to start the team fight, and Gabby, I believe, knows it. In fact, he's got it coming out right now. Get a bit of spell life still with the vampire. Really want it, but he's going to jump in and he does not actually get the Oracle. Not quite enough damage. Kescute got the false promise off, and now they're rolling thunder. KB, he wants to go in. He finds 3 of them straight off the bat. Makoto wants to get the hell out of there, or maybe they go back in. FBZ, he's still around and still ready to go in. They did commit the stampede though, so they haven't got the best entrance into this team fight as FBZ. Ball's very low, but now a cube is rolling around the map. Hide. That's not how that's meant to work, John. Mel. Gonna set up with the remnant once again. Still, FBZ, he's so darn tanky. Just with that pipe, they just aren't able to burst him down. And now Tim's, he's falling very low, and Dreamer Soul, he'll pick up the kill. And in fact, they'll keep going for more Dreamer Soul. Can he find anybody else with the chains? It's not off cooldown yet, so we'll have to wait it out. But perhaps just with that one kill, they may be satisfied enough to just try and take the safer play and force in the T1 tower. Never mind, they got the chains off of the Pango. KP was a bit far forward. He got the shield crash off, but it doesn't mean anything. Gabby again trying to burst on the Monkey King, but it does not work out in his favor. And Dreamer Cell gets the chains off. Now they get the ensnare, and it looks like they may lose the Morphin. Don't know the disruption was there in time. Gabby, he'll wait for him out of there barely, but Dreamer Cell again with the chains, and now the purge as well. Though Gabby's still surviving throughout all this. He just Agi and strength morphing his way to victory. Dreamer Cell, he does go down the end. Now Kesku trying to run out of there, but Armel has the remnant. And Gabby, I mean, he was on the brink of dying for at least a minute there, John. He just survived the whole way.
Oh man, that was... It felt greedy from Boom ID. They didn't quite have enough there, even with that good chains onto KP. They couldn't burst them down fast enough. The damage isn't quite there yet. I say that, but TNC's been struggling with damage as well. That's the shotgun under Morphling not killing anyone for a very long time. That's a worrying prospect. In the end, TNC does win out. Like, they're going to be happy with that trade. They got a lot of kills in that. It just took way longer than it should have, and once the BKB does eventually get finished for Mikado, he's not going to have that issue anymore. Right now, he's just a bit too squishy. He was far forward, didn't manage to get that strike in with the Jingu on top to get his HP back up and running, so he was teetering on the edge just a bit too much. But with a BKB, I don't think that's going to be a major issue. So we'll see whether or not TNC can get a lot more done before that timing. It's not going to be too long for Mikado to have that item up and running.
Mel gets a nice double damage bottle up for himself, so you can imagine TNC probably want to try and make a play happen with that. You do have the option for the Roshan with the double damage. I mean, you can give that over to the Morphling and he could hit like an absolute truck. Perhaps they may just force a team fight instead. KP keeping eyes out on FBZ. The rest of the team are coming in.
Oh, Armel.
There. KP. Armel, meanwhile, top lane. Going after Hyde, and they're going to be able to find this Ruby kill. Though bot lane, they do end up finding FBZ with the stun, but the rotations are slowly but surely coming in. But there's a shotgun. He won't do enough with the pipe. Tims falling very low, and he does go down to Dreamer Soul. Now the Battle Strike straight onto Gabby. He's still morphed into that Centaur form, and now he'll morph back. Dreamer Soul just juking himself around this team fight as the rest come in. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both poles falls. In fact, never mind. They go for more KP. He's been caught out of position. It's not going to be enough though as Armel jumps in the backlines and again finds another support with the double damage rune. KP looking for more. There won't be anything else to be taken for TNC, but they're going to be more than happy with that, it seems.
That's a bit rough there for Boom, not managing to find that opening. I think the one thing that really got them over that top engagement in particular was the fact that Hyde, he was in that stolen Rolling Thunder, but he broke it off for some reason. Perhaps with a spell steal. He just broke the form off, and they couldn't maintain that lock on Armel, which cost them. If they could have found that kill on the Void Spirit, that bottom engagement might have worked out a bit better.
Bot T2 does go down to TNC. They won't force anything else, just a few Mantra illusions, or rather just illusions. Pushing that tier 3 tower. FBZ, that's a lot of damage. from those Morphling illusions. My god.
Oh yeah. Looks like a Smoke into Roche is the name of the game for TNC.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you don't have that double damage any longer, but you don't need it really. Gabby's just hitting so hard, especially with those Shadow Demon illusions. Boom ID don't seem to know what's happening. And if they did, I don't know if they have an option in all this. But it seems like they weren't expecting it this early on from this kind of draft from TNC. Unfortunately for them, that is how it pans out. And just as the Aegis goes to the way of the Morphling, Makoto does finish off that BKB now. Bit of an awkward timing though for Boom, as they would have loved to take that Roshan fight had they had the BKB.
For sure. They are jumping on March, but that's an Enchantress.
It is. Boundless Strike does connect. Hoof Stomp is there as well. March is healing up though.
Oh man,
and,
that is...
well, you can probably just TP out.
No. I mean, it's Enchantress though, right? Like, you should know that is bound to happen. In fact, Remo's all up top.
Oh, that's a big catch. Mel, can he hold him down? Remnant not being thrown out yet, but here comes Gabby. Ethereal is available. He just needs vision. Remosaur has no remnants left, so he's going to make a run for it. And Armel, well, there was a remnant out towards the north. Now he really doesn't have any, as Tim's gets the disruption off Dreamosaur. He needs another 8 seconds. No real mana to spare, though, anyway. So he's just trying to waste time at this point. If he gets out, it would be an absolute miracle. There's a Remnant. He's trying to juke them out here. He doesn't actually have the mana to commit to go to the Remnant. And Armel may assume he's gone. Dreamosaur. No, they'll find him. 1,040 damage from Tims.
Yeah, that's what you get when you really cop all of those, and the Soul Catcher there. Unfortunate, but that was some good play coming out from TNC. They were microing their courier to keep tabs on those remnants as well. So there would have been no escape for our Ember Spirit in any case.
Armel jumps in on FPV. He's surrounded though. That was a bit of a bait coming out, and unfortunately for Armel, he fell for it. And now Tims. Well, Armel gets baited, and then Tims gets baited by his own teammate. It happens. But with that,
it happens.
It's not good for TNC though. They lose their mid Void Spirit.
And potentially a tier 2 tower as well. Not in position to take that trade up top. Looks like Boom ID will just secure themselves a little bit more control on the map, evening it out.
Not to mention getting ever so close to that Aghanim Scepter now on the Monkey King. Gabby though finds Dreamosaur alone. Bursts him down with the Ethereal Shotgun. Gabby, though, gonna try and make a run out. He has morphed into the Ember, throws the chains up, bit of a slight, and Gabby should be okay. They don't have the catch for the morph.
Yeah, that's rough. Just taking that kill afterwards, it's a bit more of a win for TNC. I think slowing down the Ember Spirit is going to be big. That does delay the BKB by just a tad bit more. And it's not like Gabby was in any real danger.
They have found him though. Now he may be, as he does Ethereal up. FPZ, nice hoof stomp there. It's a lot of damage, but Gabby looks to turn around. He still has the Aegis. Stampede is there. They're looping around here as March was trying to find a nice little slow on the side of Boom. It does not pan out, however. This Morphling is proving to be a massive problem. They'll smoke up now. They've still got the Aegis. Why the hell not? Straight towards that mid-tier 2 tower, perhaps trying to bait the side of Boom ID with Armel on the Void.
It's under attack.
FBZ. Careful you position yourself, sir. Not have Stampede available right now, and well, Makoto, I can say the same for you. They're going to jump in, Armel, again trying to bait them out. Now they're rolling thunder from KB, straight onto the backlines. In fact, no, straight after Makoto, but he BKB's up. He wants to try and fight this. KB, though, going to roll out of there, and they can just wait out this BKB duration, though no. FBZ, he'll jump in with the stun onto the Morph. Gabby, though, comes absolutely no damage, and now Armel, straight on the Rubik. In fact, never mind, they want FBZ on that Centaur. Glimmer Cape will save for now. Can he actually get himself out, though? They get the Yules off by Armel, and FBZ is basically a sitting duck, or is he? Remnant is there to bring him back, and now the false promise. FBZ still alive somehow. TNC, though, want to really bring this man down, and it looks like they will not find him, as he does manage to get up thanks to that false promise.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight way of bailing out your Centaur there, and that is a cause for concern now for Boom ID as TNC cleans out the map. No control left for Boom, no outer towers left for them. And TNC, 5k advantage on gold. They're in a pretty good spot. Like, they have all the farm they need in Gabby. The timing's not the issue for his hero this time around. Boom ID, they need to find a way to force these fights out. They need to find a hero to burst. And it just hasn't been working out. They've been trying to jump RML to no effect. RML has not been dying in a while.
Boom. Finding themselves 5k behind, and look at TNC, they're just happy to continue that aggressive positioning. As we should have a look at that win probability, and TNC currently have a pretty nice chance, 75% their way. Boom, not looking too healthy right now, as Makoto still trying to get that Aghanim Scepter, and even then, I just don't know if he has the damage output. I mean, the Axe is annoying, that's for sure, but does he get the job done?
Not quite. He needs a lot more beyond just the Ags. It's gonna help. The stats are nice. I guess just added durability is always good at this point, but take a look where TNC's playing. They're just playing so far aggressive.
Yeah.
They want these tier 3s, and you know, the Aegis is gone, but they have the confidence to go up in this high ground.
Well, you have a Manta and the Shadow Demon illusion, so you can just keep spamming illusions. They hit pretty hard because he's max Agimorph.
Dire's bottom tower.
They'll back off. They did a hell of a lot of damage. Their own tier 3 at the bot lane's being pushed in, but that's really copped no damage. I don't think TNC backs off here. I think they just keep this up.
No reason not to. Again, they have all the tools they need to get anything started. They actually smoke up.
Dreamer Cell is showing at the bot lane, so it's not a very easy kill. You could only imagine he has a remnant somewhere, but he remnants to it, and it looks like TNC are aware that he may be somewhere around that area.
Under attack.
Now he throws another remnant. TNC, are you going to run into that remnant?
Scanning.
They scan him out, he TPs, but if they spot it out, they'll just wait. And, well, it looks like they may not know. They're not seeded in that neutral camp.
Radiant.
Maybe they just
Doesn't look like it.
He's not going back anyway, so it's fine. March would have spotted it out now, but
A bit too late. Still, yeah. Boom ID trying to build back in. Of course, they have that BKB on Dreamo Cell that has not been used yet since they bought it, and they have the Ags up on Mikoto, so that the added stats are nice, the slightly added damage, and I guess the information you get from those monkeys are good as well. Good to have.
they are quite potent. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's a hell of a lot of damage output, and considering they stick around for a while, it can be super annoying to try and disengage a team fight, because there's statues just everywhere in a team fight, but I just have my doubts. Up against the Morphing that's hitting this hard, it's hard to believe that Axe is going to make all the difference, but we're about to find out as they are making their way up towards TNC. Of course, it is painfully obvious that the Monkey King has Axe, considering there are statues laying around. We'll see Gabby. He does have help behind him though, in the form of Tims, but there's the Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring. Now the lift as well, but disruption straight away from Tims, but they'll jump on the back lines. Straight away, try and take him out. He's being forced up down to there, but FBZ does find him now. March, he's a sitting duck. He doesn't have the heal this time around, and he does go down, but KB with the Rolling Thunder. Armel in the back, controlling Kenscoot, forcing out the False Promise, and KB does get chained up. Dreamer Cell does find himself another nice pick if he can get it though, as Gabby is still around the area and Tims has fought back with March. They're all making their way back in. Dreamer Cell though going straight after that Void Spirit Armel being chained up, he'll be okay. Meanwhile Tims, that's a dieback on the Shadow Demon. He does go down to Makoto. Now they've got that Ember once again, but he's still surviving throughout all this. Dreamer Cell managing to live. He still survives. Disruption coming up from the Rubik. Now Gabby's falling low. Makoto, he'll find KP. No buyback available on him. It looks like Dreamer Cell is somehow still alive, and Armel's forced to TP out as they will lose Gabby. And March, he just bought back as well, John. It's going to be 2 diebacks, and nobody's going to have buyback available on the side of TNC.
Oh man, it feels like we've seen this one before. And
Kill for Makoto.
just off the back of a fight like that, that is going to be a few objectives lost for TNC. I don't think the high ground's under heavy threat, but it's a possibility. They might at least lose a tier 3 there. And you can't really do too much. Like, the respawn for Gabby's pretty darn long. The diebacks are going to cost him as well. It's going to be a very hard defense. At the very least, they have to fortify to buy some time.
Just, I guess you wouldn't be expecting Boom to be pushing tier 3 this early on, but never hurts to say buyback gold. Be 1 racks. You could run down bot, as there is a mid tier 2 still standing, so you don't have the mid option. Looks like they won't bother, they'll play it safe. They've got a basher up coming out onto Makoto now as well, so it's another nice little surprise item for the side of Boom. And speaking of surprises, the Aghanim Scepter on Dreamer Cell is an absolutely huge item for him.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, that's gonna make it so much harder to punish Dreamo Cell for his forward movement. We have seen him die a couple of times because of that, but this time around, with that tool available, you're gonna be hard pressed to get that done. Kezcute hanging around that pit, waiting for the rush to be back up as well. Oh, don't go yet, don't go. Spots him.
Very nice.
And pauses right after.
Awkward pause. FBZ been spotted. Cursor bug again.
Actually, no. Like, FBZ has not been spotted. Check that vision. That's low ground. Fortunate. FBZ sees KP. FBZ sees KP, but KP does not see FBZ.
They're pinging something out, though. Is that a Radeon ping? It looks like a Dire ping. Perhaps they're just guessing?
No, I'm checking, like, the vision between teams.
Okay.
Like, KP does not see. TNC does not see that.
Fair enough.
They might suspect something, though, but...
Darn.
As long as FBZ's quick, I'd take it over internet. Again, this is better than internet issues, at the very least. Fixable. Just reset your client or reset the PC. Usually gets a job done. Usually. I wonder if they're having a bit of a bite to eat in the downtime, you know? It's lunchtime. You know, it's like...
Are you implying that you would like a bite to eat while we have this pause, John?
No, there's no time. I mean, it's one thing to talk about food, it's another to cast while eating, you know? That's just not what we do. We're professionals, or we try to be.
That's very funny, John. One pause very, very soon as the reconnection is there. Sorry, go is the call from FBZ, and he, of course, blinks out immediately after seeing KP on the low ground. And right after that pause, Gabby does have now the Eye of Skadi up, so a lot more stats for him. It's looking pretty darn good in this Morphling. Just a matter of his support's not getting caught out though, because as soon as they are, he's basically stuck. In fact, hide with the disruption. They won't go after Gabby, but there'll still is illusions, and now the chains from Dreamer Cell. Playing around with this Morphling. Do they go for the Roshan attempt? Looks like they may, as Makoto does make his way there, and yeah, they're going to start this Roshan now. They want to try and force out this team fight, and you've got to admit, with these new items coming out of Boom, they have really, really spiked. It's going to be a very, very tough team fight to try and take, especially with that Wukon's command.
Definitely. They do know something's up, the pings are flying out.
Get the Roshan. Still very, very low. They've got to hurry up if they want to try and contest. KP, he'll jump in. Still, Wukong's is down. Roshan alive, and KP, he's bursted. Makoto, he does manage to pick up the Aegis, and now they want to go for more. Remnants forward straight away into the back lines. That's a lot of damage.
Oh no, Armel.
Armel, meanwhile, getting caught out with the double damage active, but it's not going to be enough as Makoto is on top. They get the disruption off from Tibbs. Is it going to matter? It is absolutely not. Shotgun is there from Gabby, but it doesn't do enough as the balance strike comes in. Gabby, no! And now
no buyback.
Chase down Hims. Oh, I think that's over, John. It's no buybacks on your cause. March, we know he doesn't have buyback. He just died back.
Makoto?
You run towards the fountain, Makoto. Do you keep diving? Not really. But there should be megas.
It should be. They've got enough time for it. They've got the Aegis. There's really nothing to worry about right now. And just like that, TNC The big thing there was that Armel tried to dissimulate out, but he got caught on lower ground. He didn't manage to clip up.
There's March trying to do something as an Enchantress, but he is just going to die. Although, maybe not. He's going to walk out of there, apparently. They don't even care about it. They're just going after those tier 4s. He does have them healing up, though, so if they can delay this with this Rolling Thunder, it could be massive. In fact, they've delayed it enough that their teammates are coming back online, so it's not going to be GG. They hold on for another at least couple minutes. As 2 Raxes go down, but they did not get the Megas and they didn't get the tier 4s. And it looks like that repair kit, John, it's a pretty potent item.
Yeah, it's keeping them in the game. For at least it's going to keep these tier 4s relatively healthy.
Yeah.
But TNC now, backs against the wall. Still no buybacks up on the Morph. So we've got to watch out.
That's one thing, though, right? Is every time this happens, they just don't have the gold for it.
At the very least, like, the buyback on Armel is going to be up in about 150 gold. So they're going to have that on Armel, but without it on Gabby, it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
No. Still Boom ID, the game is in their hands. Got to be careful not to make the mistakes they made in game number 1, though. That was also a similar situation that they were in.
Makoto.
KP gets used up. He's alone right now, Makoto. Does have the Aegis, though. Be okay. Gabby decides to morph and jump in the trees himself. Of course, you do have the Centaur War Runner with a heart now, so he's just casually sitting at about 5k HP. Nothing wrong with that. Very, very tanky boy.
Seems about right to me. Like FBZ has no real worries now. You can't burst this guy down straight up, or you'd have to expend all your spells really to even make a dent.
TNC, they're trying to push out the other lanes and force the side of Boom ID back, but Boom ID not falling for it this time. They'll just have to play this as long as possible, but Gabby gets caught out. There's the Abyssal as well. They burst him down. It could be really bad though. No, Gabby, he will survive now. Makoto getting very low. He pops BKB!
Oh my.
That's his Aegis on. This is the opening TNC needed. They'll get the Remnant off. He's just stuck there right now, but there's the Wukong's command coming out. They just need to run out of that ring. March, he will go down. Buyback is still on cooldown for him, so he can't get back into this, but it looks like they've connected that tier 3 though. Armel still going. He'll get out of there safely. FBZ now still moving forward, trying to find somebody, but perhaps that heart doesn't matter. He's falling quite low. Armel jumps back in. He's going to be so careful not to die though, as they do jump back in straight after Armel, but he'll use up. Still alive throughout all this. He does get out of there, just barely. Now FBZ straight onto Gabby. Gabby's falling low. He'll strength morph and ghost form up, and now he'll steal the Ember Spirit form and does manage to barely get out of there. But Boom ID are still in the lead in all this. And they are still going to try and force in this tier 3 tower.
It's going to be rough. They still can, but with these 2 cores still alive, you still run a bit of a risk.
No, you can't get caught like that. He gets caught by the Centaur FBZ. He's gone.
Gabby?
Back. Gabby falling low, but not low enough. In fact, Armel falling even lower, but he'll get out of there. KP now with the Rolling Thunder, but immediate BKB coming up from Makoto and the straight onto Armel. He does manage to get up just barely. They don't have the Boundless Strike available. KP keeping them away with that Rolling Thunder. Now they may just find the monkey. It's so close, but no, Armel. He goes down to the Boundless. Still they'll find the trade. FBZ, he just wants the racks. He just wants the objectives. Can he find it? He's trying to run away now. He's been disarmed and he will not get it. It's one right click away. But the Heavens Halberd coming out from, I believe it was KP. In fact, no, it wasn't. Who was it? Who disarmed him?
Probably just
it
Material
was
Blade?
KP.
Oh yeah, Swashbuckle.
Fair enough. But it barely survives.
Oh yeah, and KP's in the spot of trouble now. He's caught a bit of damage.
I don't think Dream Missile risks it here.
And with that last fight, TNC clawed their way back to stay in game, not facing off against Megas. We have seen TNC turn around from Megas anyway in game 1, so it wouldn't be all done and over with just because they're on Megas, but still, a lot more hope for TNC clinging on to this last game of our first series. You take a look at that Dota Plus, Mike. It's 95% for Boom ID.
That's a big... Dota Plus is really never wrong, so... I don't know how TNC are going to win this one. Unfortunately for TNC, Tins is not on a hero that can buy a Divine Rapier this time, John, so he's... It's going to be a bit
What are you talking about? I mean, you could. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could go for the Divine on that Shadow Demon.
Are you telling me he should?
No.
That's disappointing. I would love to see it. Shadow Demon Divine Rapier. Fantastic.
It's a meta beyond my comprehension. It's a decision. What?
Never mind. I have no clue what I just saw on the screen.
Do you have a cursor bug as well?
No, but I had some smiley thing pop up on my screen. Like a...
Oh, no, someone was asking for recommendations. I believe that's March asking for item recommendations by accident. Perhaps alt-click here and there.
I see. Smoked up is the side of Boom ID. For an opening, they do spot out Armel, and they seem to really like prioritizing this Void Spirit first. Satanic now up on Gabby, so he has a way of forcing his way back up in HP during these team fights, though Armel does manage to get away just barely from Dreamercell's slide of his chains, although the team fight has started Makoto. He found KP. FBZ was not in position to get a hoop stomp off, but he's still looking. Do they fight? They just want those megas. TNC, they've got to defend anyway. There are super creeps coming in through the top lane. Now the team fight split, so FBZ, does he continue moving forward? It looks like he wants to, but he's just a little bit afraid it could be bait though. Here comes the remnants forward. They won't find TNC. Glimmer Cape's up, but they found Armel with the chains. Still Rolling Thunder coming in from KB now, just controlling up the side of Boom ID. Where's the rest of the cavalry? There's the False Prophets coming in, and now they found Gabby. That's going to be massive. They can take him up. Don't know. Tims, he gets the disruption. Dreamercell, though, does take down Tims and Gabby. He falls too low. He does go down. He doesn't have buyback.
Oh, boy.
It's not on cooldown.
No. He has 50 gold.
He spent all his gold on the Satanic, and he didn't even get to use it properly because he ghost scepted.
Oh boy. Armel now as well. He has buyback at least, but
can they hold?
Without Gabby? Oh.
We saw March and KP hold by themselves before. This is a bit of a harder situation though, as KP getting caught out. He'll be okay with the Glimmer Cape. The FBZ has caught out March. Still FBZ somehow falling low to Tims. Makoto gonna move his way in once again. Just wants that Enchantress, though March is standing his ground and now will back off. Aghanim Scepter now from the Rubik gets FBZ, a great stun on Tims, but he does manage to Glimmer Cape away once again. And now per Dreamercell, the Lincolns will be broken. Armel, oh, the Boundless just on the tip. He'll get the Yules off from KP. He needs to save Armel. He does manage it. Again, the Rolling Thunder not allowing this Rax to go down there. They need to buy 25 seconds for Gabby. They get the chains off on March. He'll heal his way up. Still the Rax is being protected. March managing to get out. Now Makoto, he's falling pretty darn low. He has to be pretty darn careful about this though. No, False Promise will be there. They get the Megas, but still TNC hold on to the base. Gabby will be back up in time, so they will not force the Ancient dive.
It's not much of a base though. Tier 4s are gone.
They certainly are.
Has fallen.
It's an exposed Ancient. This is a very, very difficult situation. Harder than the first game. The question is, can TNC do it?
I'm actually more worried if Boom ID manages to close it out. This is a very similar situation to game 1. They're gonna have to be patient. They're gonna have to be smart. They're gonna have to keep buyback gold in mind.
Gabby apparently is not. He's going straight for a Divine Gun. He's had enough.
I get his point there. Like, it does certainly feel like the damage is lacking.
Oh, man. They're moving. Armel jumps on 2 straight away, but there's no follow-up. Smoke is completely gone, unless Armel's trying to bait here, but Boom's not falling for it. TNC not willing to give the Roshan up, but Boom hasn't even started the Roshan attempt, so that's not happening. You have the leveler up now on the morph as well, so I suppose you have a nice way of pushing in those tier 3s if you ever get the opportunity. Build the Divine would be much more appropriate, I feel.
FPZ?
On the clip. KB, is this bait? Gabby, he's moving in. Armel now wants to find a target. In fact, that was Hyde, excuse me. Rolling Thunder, KB. Not gonna find anyone, but they get the Rubik. Still, they shotgun him down. It's a 4 versus 5 now. There's no buyback on that Rubik. Gabby now going after FBZ. He's still on the cliff right now, Johnny. Can't blink on. He's dead.
Oh, God.
He'll buy back. Double chains is there from Dreamer, Armel. He's very low, but he could get out. In fact, no. The Abyss will be there in time. Makoto's not playing games this time around. They'll go after another. KB does go down, and both those heroes do not have buyback.
That's at least going to be the Roche going the way of Boom ID. And with an exposed base, they can't afford to actually turn this fight around. Now, the good thing is March makes this really easy to defend. Look at that. Surrounded by creeps, is slowly losing HP though, but onto that Ancient, they will have to surrender to Roche. Force the buyback out of that scent. But you're gonna have to play against Aegis and Cheese.
They'll smoke up. They want to try and finish this game right here, right now. Now, mind you, there's only 2 heroes on the map that have buyback. Enchantress and, of course, the Ember Spirit. So, Dreamer Cell can Remnant back in straight after dying if he needs to. The Ancient is exposed. Gabby pops the Minotaur Horn straight away. How do you hold this? It just seems so difficult. The Makoto bound on strike. KP starts with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to roll in straight up to Makoto, but there's the BKB immediately coming out, and they go after Tims. They don't want any of these games coming out from Tims, though. He force-starts himself out of there with the force splits, it seems, and now they'll move into the team fight. There is one drop well. I think that's the Monkey King, in fact, falling very, very low to Gabby. Gabby, can he take him out? Not quite. Dreamer Cell. He'll find the kill onto Tims in the back lines. Meanwhile, Gabby, a nice stop with a hoop stop, but he's dealing no damage here. Gabby, he may fall too low. Satan to pop any longer. It is gone. Boom ID will not throw game number 3, as TNC will be dropped to the lower bracket of the minor qualifiers, and Boom ID, I want to say against all odds, do move forward in the upper